A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
Here we are, all three of us, members of the Wash Day Chorus. I'm a dirty work shirt, about as black as night.
I'm a kitchen towel. It's hard to get me white.
And I'm a colored rayon slip. You want to keep me bright.
Here we are, all three of us, members of the Wash Day Chorus. Now to wash us three. What a problem it used to be.
To get a soap tough enough for me.
And yet really safe for me.
But wash day is easy now because here's a soap for everything. It's Does.
Yes, does everything all right. It gets me clean.
It gets me white.
And yet it's safe, as you can see, for colored rayon slips like me.
Yes, friends, new Does really does all three kinds of wash. No kidding. Now, I know that sounds like a wash day miracle, but once you try Does, you'll see it's a really new kind of granulated soap. Yes, a new kind. In fact, you've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. And there's just one way you can prove Does really does everything in your wash, and that's try it. Yes, let Does go after those grimy work shirts. And you just tell me if any soap you ever used got them cleaner with so little work. And let Does get busy on those streaky towels. And I ask you, have you ever seen your linens and towels come out more gleaming white? And take a look at your pretty rayon undies. See how soft and silky they are? Why, Does is far safer for those pretty colors than any other leading granulated wash day soap. Yes, right down the wash line. You'll see what a whiz Does is. And lady, you too will join in the wash day chorus. This soap for everything is swell. Try new Does. It rings the bell.
So don't delay. Just hop to it.
Get a red and white box.
And let Does do it.
And now the Goldbergs. Out of the wreck of the dinner party to which came the unwelcome Jeromes, plus the still more unwelcome Bertie, two facts have emerged. Jake would rather die than have Rosie even like Walter Jerome. And secondly, everybody in the world will have to do the same before Mrs. Jerome even thinks it remotely possible that anyone like her son could be interested in a girl like Rosie. Of course, Walter is still engaged to another girl. And Jake has finally decided to go to Mrs. Jerome and warn her and her son off. And so, listen.
Jake, please, will you take off your coat, please? What is this running about? Wait, Sporty, please. Go away from under my feet, please. I ain't got the patience for you now. Go lay down, behave yourself. And I'll have patience, so I'll play with you. Go. Not now.
Ma, why don't you stop, Papa? He's got his hat and coat on, and he's rushing over to see Mrs. Jerome.
Because he's nervous, Sammy.
I know he is, but what is he going to accomplish by turning a molehill into a mountain?
If Rosalie's coming home, Sammy, it's not a molehill. It's not a molehill. Maybe it is a mountain. Maybe it's the Rocky Mountains. Why is she coming?
No matter why she is, it doesn't matter. But if Papa goes over to Mrs. Jerome, if he starts something, everybody's going to get involved, and then you will have a mountain of trouble. Why can't you both let things alone?
Because we don't want Rosalie to be hurt.
Well, you can be sure that if you keep shipping her off out of sight and arguing and planning and carrying on, you and Papa both are going to make it look so serious that Rosie will be hurt. Right now, she's a kid with a crush. But you and Papa just mix in, and it'll be something more.
We're not mixing. Papa just wants to prevent
Well, he's
something.
not preventing.
Not preventing.
If you hadn't made such a fuss, Rosie wouldn't have left, and this whole thing would have blown over by now. After all, Walter's engaged.
That's why.
Oh, parents will never understand.
Complaining against your parents again, Sammy? You're not satisfied?
Pa, will you please take your coat off?
Don't tell me what I should or shouldn't do.
Well, are you going to...
Jake, please.
Don't Jake me. If Rosie's coming home, I want an understanding between the Jeromes and the Goldbergs.
Jake.
What kind of an understanding?
Why is Rosie coming home? And why is she happy all of a sudden? And what did Walter Jerome say to her on the telephone?
Wait, Jake, please. Before you run over there, wait. Let me Susan on the phone first. Please, wait a minute.
I'm waiting. So no answer?
Hello?
is it, Ma?
Yes? Yes. I'm on the phone personally, yes. Yes.
What's the yes?
It's a personalized call.
Rosie?
Hello? Central. Who is calling and from what geographical location?
Geographical. Ask where the call comes from.
Jake, please, I have only 2 ears. I can't listen in all directions. The call is from New York.
Rosie's in New York already.
Hello? Hello, dear?
Is it Rosie?
Just 1 minute, darling. Just 1 minute. It's Mrs. Bloom.
Make it short, Molly. I have no patience. I'm standing with my coat.
Hello, darling. Yeah. Well, who told you already? We got a telegram. She's coming home. Yes. Well, I know I didn't send for her. She just sent a telegram. She's coming home. Mama dear, I'm coming home. All is well. I'm very happy. I will let you know in stop and periods, and she's coming home. And we're going to New York to meet Rosalie. A little louder, darling. There's something disturbing on the wire. Yeah? Oh, well, why should I bother you? Well, but why should I bother you? Just 1 minute. Hold. Just 1 minute. Don't hang. Jake.
Yes?
Mrs. Bloom wants us to come to say that by her if we're coming to New York.
I'm not in the mood for decisions at the moment.
Decisions in the moment. Hello, dear.
Dear?
But sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
Well, I have to discuss it. All right. Well, if you do so, then reverse yourself if you call me back. Well, we hope everything will be all right.
Not by hoping, I assure you, everything will be all right.
All right, so do that, but reverse yourself. All right. Goodbye. Jake, dear, if we're going to be in New York, Jake, we could be by Mrs. Bloom for supper. Why should we be alone, say, the night, huh?
Where's my hat?
Jake, please. Please, dear.
That's all that's laying in your head, huh?
Well, why is that all that's laying in my head? Well, why are you nervous with me? To go to New York to meet Rosalie is what's laying in my head, and I wish that you would take off your head.
Why? Why?
Because what will you say to Mrs. Jerome?
Why should you say anything to her, Pa?
Because I wish her to understand what I feel about her son's unwelcome attentions to my daughter.
What unwelcome attentions?
If Rosie is coming home happy, there is a reason.
What do you want her to be, unhappy?
Walter Jerome is engaged. How many times must you be reminded?
And how many times must I say what of it?
What do you mean, what of it? Perhaps you believe in divorce also, my dear intellectual son?
I'm not talking about divorce, and I'm not talking about marriage. I'm simply saying that Walter's being engaged to Norma has nothing whatsoever to do with all this fuss.
All right, Sandy, please.
Ma, if he happened to like Rosie, and he hasn't said he has, and he hasn't done anything that his fiancée could object to.
All right.
But, Ma, if he did happen to like Rosie, and she liked him, then the engagement could be broken. And you have nothing to say to Mrs. Jerome about it.
I'm a little older than you, my dear son. What I have to say to Mrs. Jerome is what every parent under similar circumstances would say.
What are you going to say, Pa?
Don't cross-examine me. You're not a professor yet. I still have lived a little longer than you, and know life not from books, but from living.
Wait, Jake, please.
Yes, Jake. Let Mrs. Jerome not think that we are maneuvering a marriage for our child. Let her not think that I will stand by and not lift a finger. Let her not think that because she's a social position...
All right, please.
Who's that?
A car.
Who is it?
Is that Mrs. Jerome? Or don't I see well?
You see very well.
Now, Pa, please.
Don't give me instructions. Here, take my coat.
Oh, Jake, please.
Pa,
My head, please. Take it. And please, leave me alone with Mrs. Jerome.
Oh, Jake, please.
Don't shake me. I want no pieces present when I give my ultimatum.
Oh, Jake, please, when you lose yourself...
You take the phone and I'll take the door.
I'll take the phone and you take the door.
Pa,
You
be
see.
careful.
Come in, Mrs. Jerome. You saved me a trip.
I'm glad you're home, Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg, I couldn't say what I wanted to say in front of my son and future daughter-in-law, but I can say it to you privately.
Never mind what you have to say. It's what you have to listen to that's important.
I suppose you thought you were very clever when you planned your little campaign against my son.
What's that?
Oh, let's be frank, Mr. Goldberg. Because if we aren't, someone's going to get hurt. And hurt badly.
You are not alone in that opinion.
Of course, I understand that you thought it wouldn't be a bad match for your daughter if you all could get related to Bertha Jerome, Incorporated. I understand why you want your daughter to marry the son of a rich woman. After all, you're a failure as a businessman.
What's that?
You told me so yourself. And you haven't been able to give your children the advantages every good parent wants their children to have. Fine. I understand.
You understand what? Molly. Molly.
But when you deliberately try to wreck a love affair between two young people like Walter and Norma.
Molly.
When you try to ruin a young girl's life so your daughter can materially better herself.
Molly.
Then I think you're stepping a little beyond the boundary of parental care into the field of immorality.
Molly.
It's an immoral and deliberate piece of cruelty to sacrifice a young person for the selfish aims of you and your daughter. Maybe you think you can trap my son, but you can't fool me. And as long as I live...
Molly! Molly!
Yes, sir?
Mama's on the phone for?
I'll be going to Mrs. Bloom's potato.
Molly, will you hang and come in here?
The storm of words beat about Jake's head, never giving him a chance to make his objections. And Mrs. Jerome is ready to go to any length to prevent the smashing of her plans for Walter. Meanwhile, Jake is willing to go to any length to keep Walter away from his house. And in between is poor little Rosie with her romantic dreams. Say, who does dishes at your house? You do? Well, then chances are you've been struggling with those halfway soaps. I mean tough granulated soaps because they fall short on safety for your hands. And I mean bar soaps because they don't have real speed. Well, you can toss such halfway soaps right out because New Does is here. That wonderful new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And you'll discover Does has everything you want for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra safety for your hands. In fact, your hands get far gentler care from Does than any other leading granulated wash day soap. Just notice how beautifully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet no soap made can beat Does for quick action on those greasy pots and pans. It cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, Does has everything for dishes. Just try it today and let those busy sods tell you how different Does is. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Molly has a visit from the Jeromes tomorrow in New York on Passover. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The other night, and here's a very funny thing. There was more conversation about Junior's diet and what he ate for breakfast. Then it turned out that the husband, the head of the house, the big provider, if you want to get mercenary about it, never ate breakfast at all. Now, that's all wrong. Dietitians tell us that we all need an adequate breakfast, and one that includes cereals with whole grain nourishment. That means cereals like swell-tasting Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Both are basic 7 foods with whole grain food values, so they're chock-a-block full of nourishment. And boy, are they good to eat. There's zest in every moldy, rich mouthful. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes in toasty brown flake form. So eat a good breakfast, folks, and you'll do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. They're good. broadcasting from the Marine Corps Air Station in the Mojave Desert. And this week they're celebrating the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps. So without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you?
No, Don, I'm all right.
Oh, good. For a minute, I thought they spoiled my opening speech.
No, don't be ridiculous, Don. They weren't shooting at me. Go ahead with the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, as this is the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps, without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you this time?
Don, don't be silly. I told you they weren't shooting at me. Now go ahead.
Okay. So, without further ado, we bring you a man with 2 holes in his hat, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, what just happened was purely accidental. You see, the boys are having their aerial target practice. I was getting tired of wearing this straw hat anyway. Well, boys, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on the week of your 168th anniversary, the date which commemorates the founding... Don, it is a little dangerous around here. Will you please close the window?
Okay, Jack.
Thanks. As I started to say, fellas, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on your 168th anniversary. Don, will you please pull down the shade? And while you're at it, you better go over and close the screen door. You know?
But, Jack, a screen door won't stop the bullets.
I know, but it'll sift out the big one. Anyway, Don, this is a nice camp, even if it is a bit noisy. It's very picturesque out here in the Mojave Desert.
Yes. It's a romantic spot, too, Jack. You know, just a little way from here is the famous Golden Queen gold mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jack. Only recently they took out $8 million worth of gold.
Imagine that. Well.
Of course, right now they're not operating it, and all that gold is just lying around.
Is that so? Well, I'd probably get excited about it if I was the type that was interested in gold. Anyway, Don, there are more important things to talk about. You see, this being the week of the 168th anniversary of the Marines, we're going to... He's got that bullet on a yo-yo. Let's cut the string and go on with the program. Huh? You know, Don, one thing I like about playing these different camps is... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the PX.
The PX? Well, that's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 Marines chasing us.
Now, Mary, don't be silly. Marines don't chase after girls.
Oh, no?
No.
Since when are large butterfly nets part of their equipment?
Look, Mary, you've got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas. They're just a little playful, that's all.
You're not kidding. They wanted me to play hide and seek with them. They told me to hide, and they'd try and find me.
Well, why didn't you play with them? You used to enjoy that game when you were a kid.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, we didn't play finders keepers.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Mary, you got away from those Marines, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, Livingston, you fool girl, you.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. Maybe next time you'll stumble.
I did this time, and they picked me up and gave me another head start.
All right, forget about it. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I want to get this program off to a good start because this is the Marines' 168th birthday.
Say, Jack, I How'd you get those holes in your hat? What happened?
Oh, it was nothing, Mary. Some of the boys were having aerial target practice and probably mistook me for a target. It was just a quirk of circumstances.
Gee, that's awful.
What are you laughing at?
As a result of quirk, bullet hits jerk.
Mary, stop being so clever. Those are the kind of jokes that went out with Fred Allen. Boy, am I glad he's through with radio. I knew he'd be washed up.
But, Jack, I read in the paper yesterday that Allen's coming back on the air.
So did I.
No. When is he coming back?
Well, about the middle of December.
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself, spoiling everybody's Christmas. Thank you, fellas. Heaven bless you, fellas. Heaven bless you. Imagine that guy.
Stop turning white.
I'm not turning white. It just burns me up, that's all.
And stop turning red.
Oh, quiet. I just can't understand Allen getting another chance in radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. After all, there are lots of people who'd rather listen to Fred Allen's program than yours.
Oh, they would, eh?
Yes.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer open big fat mouth, he soon find big fat salary, AWOL. And I have a good mind to pay you 1 week so you'll know what I mean. You've been with me long enough to realize how I feel about that.
Jack, pick up your hat. Jack, pick up your hat.
Listen, sister, I'm not stooping over till things quiet down. Anyway, I don't know why they have target practice right in the... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. All right, boys. Well, looks like I got to do it anyway. Applause me, man. Applause me.
Applause you? Applause you? Applause me? Well, Bill, I'm glad you finally got here. You can help us celebrate the Marine's 168th birthday.
168 years old? Them kids?
Well, I don't mean individually. They're 168 years old as they stand as a group.
Well, brother, at that age, you got to stand in a group or your landing gear will fold up.
Phil, have you got your own writer, or is he paying you to keep it quiet? No kidding. Didn't you ever go to school?
What for? Going to school's just a lot of red tape so you can eat your lunch away from home.
Now, look, Phil.
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just standing here because I'm beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, some of the Marines out here are mad at you. What did you do?
Oh, the boys aren't really mad. I just wouldn't play hide and seek with them.
Well, they sure seem to have it in for you.
Oh, Phil, don't be ridiculous.
Well, all I know is there's a sign outside of one of them buildings that says infirmary.
That's infirmary! Brother, now, Phil, don't drive me nuts altogether. Just walk over to the bandstand and give us a... Missed me.
Before you said that, you had a cigar in your mouth.
Oh, yes, play, Phil. It was a good one, too, a 10-center. You know that? orchestra having a musical argument in which the listeners lost. Say, Phil, I noticed you were able to lead your orchestra tonight. Your arm isn't stiff anymore.
Yeah, for 3 days I couldn't bend it, but it's all right now. The doctor fixed it up.
Oh, what was it?
Nothing. I had my baton up my sleeve and didn't know it.
Well, it must have been awful not to be able to bend your elbow.
Yeah, I nearly died of thirst.
I can imagine, huh? Well, I should never have said bend your elbow. That I know. Well, I'm glad you're okay. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you something. How'd you make out at the gold mine?
Gold mine? What gold mine?
Why, Jack, you know, the Golden Queen mine I told you about just a few minutes ago.
Oh, yes, there is a gold mine near here, but let's get on with the program. I'm not interested in it, you know.
Stop kidding. You didn't bring that pickup here just to crack ice.
Mary, that's not a pick.
Well, your tie pin certainly has a long handle on it.
Mary, please believe me, I'm not interested in that gold mine. Now, let's get on with the show.
Jackson, what are you so sore about? I saw you sneaking into that mine this morning.
I thought it was an air raid shelter and shut up. Your orchestra was rehearsing. I had to go someplace. And now, fellas, since this is the 168th anniversary of your...
Oh, Jack.
What?
Cigar's back in your mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Oh, Colonel Adams! Colonel Adams!
Oh, Jack.
You keep out of this, Mary.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Colonel Adams, believe me, I hate to be a tattletale. All right, I hate to be a tattler, but your boys are having aerial target practice, and 3 or 4 times I've almost been hit.
Well, I can't understand, Mr. Benny. They're shooting according to the written rules.
I'm not concerned about the boys who are shooting according to the rules, but that guy who's ad-libbing has me worried sick.
Well, I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Benny, and I'll go right out and tell them to stop it.
Well, I hate to put you that trouble, Colonel Adams. Are you sure they'll do as you ask?
Oh, I think they will. Those pilots like to humor me.
Oh. I see. Well, I'll certainly appreciate it if you'll, For heaven's sake, Colonel, will you please hurry out there and tell them?
Wait till I pick up my hat.
Thank you, Colonel. Boy, I'm glad I left my hat off, although I hate to spoil their fun. And now, fellas...
Oh, Jack, pick up your hair.
Well, I'm glad the Colonel's going to put a stop to this. And now, fellas, you may not know it, but since this is the week of the 168th anniversary...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
...of the... Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, kid, it's about time you got here. What's been keeping you?
Oh, I've been down to that place you told me not to mention, and boy, is it full of gold.
Dennis, I don't even know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You told me if I brought back 2 buckets full, I could keep the handles for myself.
Dennis, I told you I don't know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You even put your arm around me when you talked me into it.
Dennis, will you please be quiet?
Gee, you're fickle.
What an imagination that kid's got.
Oh, Jack, why do you keep denying that you're trying to work that mine?
Mary, I'm not working anything. I told you I thought it was an air raid shelter.
Then what was Dennis digging for?
For exercise.
Well, he brought back 2 buckets full.
All right, bucketful.
And as pretty a sight as you've ever seen. Nice golden nuggets. Each one a treasure in itself.
Now, will you please stop talking about gold?
Gold? I'm talking about grape nuts flakes.
Oh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they're toasty brown, sweet as a nut and have that malty rich flavor.
Burns me up. After all, a mine does look like an air raid shelter.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain food values and are not rations.
Whole grain.
And grape nuts flakes are a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
You said it, Don. And now, fellas...
Say, Miss Livingston.
This being the 168th anniversary...
Jack, what about that gold mine?
Mary, stop interrupting Don. And now, fellas...
Don't mind me. I'm just standing here because I'm pretty.
Dennis, you're standing there because in a few minutes you'll be doing a song in honor of the 168th anniversary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Colonel Adams.
You needn't worry about that target practice anymore. From now on, there'll be no more shooting.
Good.
There'll just be trial runs with our speed plane.
Oh, just speed planes. Well, that's fine. Thank you, Colonel Adams. I'm glad you...
There goes one now.
Oh, yes. Those planes are fast, aren't they? Gee, you can hardly tell. See them, huh? Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Colonel Adams.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, before I go, would you do something for me?
Yes, anything at all.
As a little favor to the Marines, would you please mention that this is the week of their 168th anniversary?
I'll see if I can squeeze it in. Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song now.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And sing it with a lot of feeling because I have a lot of friends in the audience. I wish they wouldn't fly so low. Really.
Golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. All the cattle are standing like statues. All the cattle are standing like statues. They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by. But a little brown maverick is winking her eye. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Very good, yes, sir. That was Oh, What a Beautiful Morning, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, you sang very well for the boys. You really have a golden voice.
I should. My mouth's full of nuggets.
Oh, well, how much can he eat? And now, fellas, this being the... Come in. Well, now they're getting polite. They knock first.
Don't be silly, Jack. There's a Marine at the door.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sergeant Gillis.
Oh, how do you do, Sergeant Gillis?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you'd like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I got to go around and ask all the Marines what they'd like for dinner.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice. What do the boys usually order?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
Others prefer filet mignon sauté with wine sauce.
I see.
And there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
And after you get the orders, you give them to the chief cook?
No, first I give them to the interpreter.
I see. And after the interpreter gives them to the cook, what do the boys finally get?
Well...
Think. What do the boys finally get?
No coaching from the audience, please.
let's see.
I'm sorry, your time is up. But a box of grape nuts, please, to the man who sent in that question.
What is this, anyway?
I've got a man here in the third row, Doctor.
What?
And I've got a lady up here in the balcony, Doctor.
For heaven's sake, stop already. What kind of a silly routine is this? Now, cut that out. I'm sorry, Sergeant Gillis. What is it you really wanted to see me about?
Well, I'm also on the camp newspaper, Mr. Benny, and I wanted to... Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, on your trip overseas, did you happen to run across a cousin of mine in North Africa?
A cousin? Well, I don't know.
He's a corporal.
Oh, his name doesn't start with a C, does it?
No, with a K.
Good.
Crowley.
Oh. No.
He cracks his knuckles
a lot. Funny you didn't hear me. I know. But look, Sergeant Gillis, you said you wanted to see me about something. Now, what is it?
Well, as I said, I'm on the paper here, and I'd like to get your reaction to our camp. Did you visit the Golden Queen mine?
Yes, I did happen to drop in there by chance. In fact, I saw a bit of it.
You mean you left a bit of it?
Mary, stop making things up. If I was digging for gold, where are my blisters?
Mr. Benny, if you're looking for him, I got him.
Now, wait a minute, kids. I've had just about enough. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello. Say, Miss Livingston, I'd like to speak to the boss, please.
Okay. Where are you?
Mr. Benny doesn't want me to mention it, but if you'll just tell him I'm in the subway, you'll understand.
Oh, Jack, your private underground movement is calling you.
What?
You don't have to keep it a secret anymore. We know.
All right, so you know. With all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not gray. Give me that phone. Hello?
Hello? Oh, blood and guts?
Yes?
This is old Pick and Shovel.
All right, what do you want, Rochester?
Boss, I've been digging and have I got good news for you?
What is it?
You know what you've always wanted to tell your sponsor?
Yes?
Well, you're rich enough to tell him now.
Rochester, my sponsor and I are good friends, and stop wasting valuable time. So you found some gold nuggets, eh?
Yes, sir. This place is loaded with Morgenthau marbles.
Good. Now get to work.
But I gotta stop digging once in a while. My hands are cold and I can't get them warm.
You can't?
No, you shouldn't have sewed up my pockets, boss.
Rochester, the reason I did that is because I wanted to help you resist temptation.
Why don't you let me and temptation slug it out on even terms?
Because I know you'd throw the fight. Now listen, Rochester.
Just a second, boss. Dig over there, will you, honey?
Rochester, have you got a girl down there? Rochester, have you got a girl down there?
Empty your pockets, honey. This may be television.
Rochester, answer me. Who's down there with you?
It's my sweetie. She's helping me dig.
Well, Rochester, how did you get your girl to go down in the mine?
I called you, boss. I told her it was the tunnel of love.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, keep digging for another 12 hours, then you can call it a day. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I hope you won't be mad at me, but while I was digging for that gold, I had a piece of bad luck.
What was it?
I struck oil.
Oh, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, just use the oil to wash over the gold and wash off the gold and cheer up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good old Rochester. Now, one thing about Rochester, he's always willing to work.
But, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Sergeant Gillis?
You can't take that gold away from here.
Why,
that's federal property. It belongs to Uncle Sam.
It does? Well, that's swell. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Play, Phil. Never a day goes by but what we read in the
papers about food shortages and rising prices, and many a harried homemaker is looking around for the answers. Well, fortunately indeed, cereals are plentiful, not rationed, and thrifty. We plan to serve more cereals, such as delicious grape nuts and grape nut flakes. Both of these tempting, malty-rich cereals provide whole grain food values. That makes each one a basic 7 food. Our Uncle Sam's nutrition program features cereals with whole grain nourishment as a daily must. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes provide some of the food essentials of meat, cheese, and other rationed foods. So when you serve these 2 luscious cereals, you're giving your family pleasure plus profit, grand eating and grand nourishment. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are each a thrifty buy. Get some tomorrow. Delicious, nutritious, economical, and a real treat.
Congratulations on your 168th birthday, fellas. So long, everybody. Good night.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Any of you ever meet the kind of a guy I did the other day who cried proudly, "Breakfast? Never touch it." Oh, well, a cup of coffee, maybe. Actually sort of boasting about it, you know. What does he think he is, anyway, a hummingbird? So I said, why don't you eat breakfast? And he said, food doesn't look good to me at that hour. Well, right there I did my good deed for the day by telling him about Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Because that's what these 2 cereals are made for, to tempt morning appetites with their crisp, appetizing texture and swell, malty-rich flavor. And boy, do they do the trick. Why, a bowl of Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes brimming with rich milk puts you right on top of the world. But with all their brisk lightheartedness, both are basic 7 foods. So their all-around whole grain nourishment helps make any breakfast an adequate breakfast. And that's the kind of breakfast doctors and dietitians tell us we all need every day. No doubt about it, friends. Eat a good breakfast and you'll do a better job. And for a rousing, swell-tasting breakfast treat, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Tonight we're broadcasting from Palm Springs for the Torney Hospital and the 21st Air Ferry Command. So we take you back a few hours and pick up Jack and the gang who are on their way here by plane. They're now 5,000 feet in the air, headed for Palm Springs.
Gee, it's great to be in a plane like this. Isn't it, Mary?
Yeah. First one I was ever in where you can open the windows.
Yeah. Oh, boy, look at those mountains down below us.
Are you nervous, Jack?
Of course not. Are you, Mary?
Of course not.
How about you, Dennis?
Of course not.
Are you nervous, Don?
Of course not.
When he gets to me, he's going to hear some new words.
Rochester, there's nothing to be worried about. Just a nice, smooth trip. And we're in a very modern plane. So you have absolutely no reason to be frightened. What are you hawing about?
I can't talk with this rabbit's foot in my mouth.
Well, that's ridiculous. Now take that rabbit's foot out of your mouth.
I got to take out the horseshoe first.
Rabbit's foot and a horseshoe. Rochester, take them both and throw them out the window.
Okay.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, did you throw them out?
Yes, boss, and now there's nothing to hold this plane up but the wings.
Rochester, take it easy, will you? Everybody else is relaxed. Just look at... Dennis! Dennis, pull your head in out of that window. Dennis!
Jack, he can't hear you with those motors roaring out there.
Hey, Mary, watch. I'm going to have some fun with that kid. I'll put my head out of this front window and make faces at him. Get this. Hey, kid!
Jack, your toupee!
My what?
Your tooth!
Ouch! What happened?
I don't know, but all of a sudden I need a shave.
Give it to me. Thanks, Mary. There.
Jack,
What?
you got it too far over your left ear.
I want it like that. I feel sporty today.
Then turn it around. The laundry mark shows.
Oh, Mary, for heaven's sake. Everybody gets a shampoo once in a while.
Yeah, but they're there when they get it.
Oh, quiet. Well, Rochester, how are you? You getting accustomed to the plane trip?
Boss, I don't know how I can be so high and feel so low.
I don't know why you act that way, Rochester. So beautiful up here, soaring above the fleecy clouds, with the sun reflecting its golden rays across the horizon, and mountain peaks in the distance, holding their proud heads up to the sky. And the blue...
It's no use, boss. My heart just ain't in it.
Well, then just sit there and wait till we get to Palm Springs. It's the last time I'll take you in a plane.
Thanks, boss.
Say, Jack, I wonder what our altitude is now.
I don't know, Don.
I'm going up front and find out.
Don, will you please warn the pilot when you shift your cargo? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, I'm not big enough to affect the flight of a plane.
Not big enough? Don, Mount Wilson was not only named after you, but there's a family resemblance. You both bulge at the base. Now, Don, go back and sit in your seats. Please.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
When we took off, I think we forgot somebody.
Forgot somebody?
I wish it was me.
Rochester.
All right, I wish it was I.
Never mind.
Oh, I know. It's Mr. Harris.
We didn't forget him. Phil and his orchestra are coming up later. Hope he gets to the broadcast on time.
Pilot to Don Wilson. Pilot to Don Wilson. Lean to the left. I'm banking for a turn.
Don, do as he says.
Wilson to pilot. I'm leaning.
Pilot to Wilson. I'm banking.
To whom it may concern, I'm banking.
Rochester, cut that out. Don, you're doing a very good job. Don't let your stomach get off the beam. Say, Mary. Hey, where's Mary?
She went up front to talk to the pilot.
Oh.
Say, pilot,
Yes?
how long before we arrive in Palm Springs?
Palm Springs. Well, it's about time somebody told me where we were going.
You mean you didn't know?
Oh, nobody tells me anything. They just put me in a plane and point.
No kidding.
Once they had a dispatcher with a crooked finger, and I flew around in circles for 3 days.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I passed Mrs. Roosevelt twice.
Can you imagine that? Say, pilot, what are all those different gadgets there?
Well, this is the altimeter. This is the oil pressure gauge. That's the tachometer. This is the airspeed indicator. And, don't turn that one.
Why, what is it?
I don't know, but every time I turn it, I fall out.
Well, I never heard of that before.
By the way, Miss Livingston, I meant to ask you something. Is Jack Benny your boyfriend?
Well...
Well, is he?
Oh, in a way, he is.
Oh, he is, huh?
Well, there's a war on, you know. Oh, say, pilot, when we get to Palm Springs, I wish you'd tell me a good place to eat because I haven't...
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Did they really let you fly a plane when you were in Africa?
Oh, sure, Dennis. I can fly. I handle a plane like I was born in it.
Gosh, were they invented then?
Certainly. Of course they were. I'm only 39. That's all.
Gee, when I'm 39 like you are, I hope I look like 39 like other people do.
Dennis.
I figured that out in my own little mind.
Well, just figure out what song you're supposed to sing when we get... Hey, Mary, where were you?
I was up front talking to the pilot. He asked me if you were my boyfriend.
Oh, really? What'd you tell him?
I told him I was kind of nuts about you, but you were the blasé type that didn't show much affection.
Uh-huh.
And I also told him I was in love with you because you were a combination of Charles Boyer, Gary Cooper, and Robert Taylor.
Oh, how could you, Mary? I mean, Cooper is much taller than I am. I mean, what else did you say?
Then I told him you had more sex appeal than Clark Gable.
Oh, that's sweet. And did he believe you?
Oh, sure. You ought to meet him, Jack. He's nuts.
He is not. He's one of the nicest.
Pilot to Wilson, please inhale. I'm trying to climb.
Go ahead, Don.
Use both lungs, Mr. Wilson, please.
Oh, Rochester, stop worrying. What are you, a man or a mouse?
Boss, can you hear me?
Yes.
Then shake the paw of a talking mouse.
Oh, for goodness sake. The next time
Pilot to control tower, coming in for a landing.
Control tower to pilot. Everything okay?
Rochester to Mother Earth. Here comes your boy.
And you thought you needed that rabbit's foot and horseshoe. Well, here we are, fellas. Palm Springs.
Sometimes I feel so very certain that you care, and there are times I feel we don't belong. The more I fall for you, the more I must beware. So how am I to know if I am right or wrong? For my heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart for you? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm full enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart
My Heart Tells Me, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. Say, that was a nice plane trip we had, wasn't it, kid?
It sure was, Mr. Benny. Say, is Rochester really a mouse?
I'll say he is.
Then I better keep my trap shut.
Dennis, stop guessing at jokes.
Say, Jack, you didn't have a chance to eat before the show, did you?
To eat? Oh, sure, Don. Remember when you came straight to the theater, Mary, Dennis, and I stopped off at a restaurant. You know, the one down here in the corner where they have... I wonder what's good to eat. Mary, let me see your menu.
Here you are, Jack. What do you want to take a chance on?
What do you mean, take a chance on?
They didn't print the prices.
Mary, I never quibble about prices. Now, let's see. What do I want?
I'm going to have a hot fudge sundae on whole wheat toast.
Well, I've heard everything now.
Here comes the waiter.
Oh, yes.
Your orders, please.
I'll have a steak sandwich and coffee.
I want breakfast, some fruit and cereal.
Oh, we have orange juice, tomato juice, grape nuts, and grape nuts flakes.
Oh, good. I don't know which to have, grape nuts or grape nuts flakes.
They're both delightful. And you get one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms.
Well...
You like 'em. They're malty, rich, sweet as a nut, and nutritious.
Well, okay, I'll have some grape nuts flakes.
With cream?
Of course. Of course. Hurry it up, will you?
Certainly.
Say, Mary, isn't that waiter peculiar?
Oh, just a whittle.
All right. You can stop with that. Say, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. I just got in.
Oh, you finally made it, eh, Phil?
Yeah, and you know what, Jackson? I was driving along, and just outside of Pomona, I saw a rabbit's foot on the road, so I stopped to pick it up.
Yeah?
And while I was bending over, I got hit on the head with a horseshoe.
No kidding.
That was Mr. Benny's fault. He made rock...
Dennis. Say, Phil, did you bring all your boys with you?
Yeah, all except Wilbur, my trombone player. You know, Jackson, I had to fire that guy.
Why?
He drinks.
Oh, fine. You're certainly the right guy to fire anybody because he drinks.
Well, that stuff's too scarce. I could always get a trombone player.
Oh, I see. Well, I knew you had a good reason. Well, Phil, now that you're here, you better go over to the theater and set up your band number. What are you going to play?
Oh, I don't know. I'll either play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony or Pistol Packin' Mama.
I see.
Because I can finish Pistol Packin' Mama.
You can finish any song. Now go over and rehearse it.
Okay, Jackson. See you later.
Here comes the food.
I'm sorry for the delay, folks. Here's your steak sandwich, miss. And here's your grape nuts flakes.
Thank you.
And here, little man, here's your hot fudge sundae on whole wheat toast. Oh, boy.
Dennis, I hate to tell you this, but only a jerk would eat a hot fudge sundae on toast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you're not getting any of mine.
Oh, what's the use? Come on, Mary. We better hurry and eat. I want to get back by the time Phil gets through rehearsing his number.
What did he say he's going to play?
Schubert's Pistol Packin' Mama or something. I don't know. Some number. To eat.
Me too. Let's go.
Say, waiter, those grape nut flakes were good.
They're crunchy, too.
Come on, kid. Goodbye, waiter.
Goodbye. Oh, blood and guts.
Isn't that cute? He knows me.
Come on, Jack. Let's go.
Pardon me, stranger.
Yes?
My name is Slim Barton. I'm a reporter on the Desert Sun.
I see.
Is this your first time in Palm Springs?
No, I've been coming here for years.
Well, it's a nice place to come to. This is one spot where the sun shines 365 days a year.
It does? Well, it was a little cloudy this morning.
Smile when you say that, partner.
I'm sorry.
Where do you hail from, stranger? stranger?
I come from Los Angeles.
From Los Angeles, eh? Who helped you break trail?
No one. I walk behind a Greyhound bus.
Well, tell me, stranger, have you seen anything? Have you been getting around this here town much?
Well, I've been to the Colonial House, the Desert Inn, Deepwell Ranch, 139 Club, the Del Taquis.
Have you been to Desmond's?
Yes.
Bullock's?
Bullock's, yes. I like to rough it now and then.
Have you been to the Lone Palm?
What did you say, mister?
I said, have you been to the Lone Palm?
Have I been to the Lone Palm? Let me tell you a story, young man. Come closer. This may be interesting. Very interesting. Palm Springs in 49. Wine, women, saloons. All centered around the mad scramble for gold. The scene is the Lone Palm Cafe in the days of the gold rush. Run by Pistol Packin' Mary. Also known as Livy the Leech. As the scene opens, we find her talking to Curly Harris, her front man and bouncer.
Well, how does it look, Curly?
Oh, everything's all right, Livy. The suckers are at it again.
Good.
How's the roulette wheel doing?
Okay. Dead-Eye Pete lost 15,000, Grubstake Gallagher lost 18, and Mervyn the Mug just dropped 22,000.
That's funny. Them guys all work for the house.
Yeah, the wheel's so crooked, even the shills are losing.
That's right, Liv.
Yahoo! At last I made my pile.
Who's the character, Livy?
That's Rattlesnake Benny, the prospector. He must have struck gold.
Stand aside, everybody. For 21 days I've been out on that hot desert. I'm drinking water out of a rusty tin can. I'm drinking water out of an old hat. I'm drinking water out of my dirty hand. Now let me at that bar.
What'll it be, partner?
Give me some water in a glass. I'm parched.
Hello, Rattlesnake.
Well, there's my old gal, Mascara Mouth Minnie. I've been out on that scorching desert a long time, Minnie, so give me a kiss.
Okay, Rattlesnake. Huckle up.
How was that, Minnie?
Dehydrated.
Well, come on, gal. Let's sit down.
Say, Curly, now that Rattlesnake has struck it rich, we ought to go to work on him.
That's right, Livy. We ought to steer him over to that wheel of fortune.
Okay. Hey, Rattlesnake, you've been pretty lucky lately. How'd you like to take a chance on the wheel?
Okay, Livy. Don't mind if I do. 28 has always been my lucky number.
Okay, gents, get your bets down and your hands up.
$15,000 on 28.
13, you lose.
28's my lucky number. Another 15,000 on 28.
13, you lose.
I'll try it once more. 15,000 on 28. There it is, 20.
13, you lose.
I wouldn't exactly say that will is crooked, but it ad-libs a lot. Well, I ain't going to gamble anymore.
Say, Curly, Rattlesnake's still got a big pile left. What are we going to do?
Well, there's only one man that can work on him.
Who?
Dennis the Shill.
Okay, Here he comes now. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Livy. Pour me some orange juice and blow the seeds off.
Now, listen, Dennis. Rattlesnake Benny's over at the bar, and he's loaded with gold. Take care of him, will you?
Yeah, you know, like you always do.
Okay, leave it to me. Hello, Rattlesnake.
Hello, kid. Have a drink on me.
No, thanks. I got to stay sober so I can clip you. Want to play poker?
Sure, you look like an honest man. Shake hands.
Not so hard. You're shaking the cards out of my sleeve.
Well, let's sit down and start with a clean deck. Okay. I'll play a no-draw hand for $1,000. Shuffle 'em, partner. All right, now deal 'em.
I can't. My fingers are stuck on the cards.
Never mind your fingers. Just deal 'em. Now, quiet, everybody. There's a big game on here.
What have you got?
4 deuces. There you are. 4 twos.
You win. I got 4 lousy ones.
Well, I'm sorry, partner.
How's the game coming, Dennis?
I'm a-cheating, but he's a-winning. That's not right. Is it, Miss Livingston?
Hey, what's going on here? If I've been fleeced, Livy, I'm going to wreck this joint.
Hey, Curly, come on over. There's trouble here.
I'll say there's trouble. Now, listen, kid. You try to double-cross me, so reach for your gun.
Okay, Rattlesnake, but give me a chance. I got a zipper on my holster.
I'll give you a chance. Get up on your feet. We'll count 3 and fire. 1, 2, 3. Oh! We got the bartender and Curly. Let's try it again.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
We got Minnie and Livy.
Yeah. Let's try it again.
Why not? We're perfectly safe.
Yeah, but this time, let's face each other. 1, 2, 3. Oh. We got each other that time.
Well, I'm sure glad I wasn't in that sketch. Music, please.
Say, friends, ever notice how often it happens that when you do a good turn for someone else, it boomerangs right back and helps you, too? Well, that's where we all stand with Uncle Sam's new food program, Food Fights for Freedom. By helping Uncle Sam, we help ourselves, and here's how. One of the things we're asked to do is buy more foods that are plentiful. Cereals with whole grain nourishment, for instance, like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Well, you can't do a better turn for yourselves, folks, than to get even better acquainted with these 2 delicious, malty-rich breakfast treats. Sure, they're good to eat. I guess you all know that. But there's a whole lot more to the story than just their swell taste. Both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are basic 7 foods, crammed full of energy-giving, whole-grain nourishment. And, ladies, you just can't think up a thriftier buy than those 2 famous breakfast cereals. So help yourselves, help your budget, and help Uncle Sam. Buy foods that are plentiful, and for downright good eating, buy grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
Well, folks, it's been a privilege to broadcast here for the personnel of the Air Ferry Command and the Turney Military Hospital. And we're with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Good night, everybody.
We are one of the few remaining radio shows that's fortunate enough to have it on. So if you could join yourself during the next half hour, you could do it all pretty favor if you would. And that is sometime this week, stop by your neighborhood RC Victor dealer and pick up a 27-inch television set or a record player or something. Because we'd like to be up here next year at the same time. Well, as you know, this year Phil is out on his own. We're starting our new season, so I know we want to send him off with a great big fanfare. So what do you say we all get together and give a big welcome to the man who discovered the South, Phil Harris. Let's hear it.
much. I can't tell you what it means to me to come out here all by myself. You're all applauding, and you got those smiles on your faces, and you're glad to see me. And I just want to tell you I love you more because I need it.
Jack Benny for 16 years, and there ain't no money connected to that. All he does on payday is take you to a dark room, give you one fast course of love and gloom, and you've had it. I got also a bad start when I married Alice. They told me she had money, but I'll be damned if I can. I looked everywhere.
I want to get one thing straightened out with you nice people right now. I want to tell you, please don't believe all you hear that I depend on Alice for my livelihood. Don't do that, because, that's like Benny being cheap. I mean, it's not like Benny being cheap. But I do not depend on Alice. I've had my own job. It's a very important job, and I've had it now for 10 years. A lot of people tried to take it from me, and my boss says, no, there isn't anybody could do this job like Phil Harris. I'm a test pilot for Seagrams. Hey, I got a cute story to tell you. I don't know if you, but don't stop me. I want to hear it again myself. You hear the story about the guy walks to the barber shop, said, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy went out, and he don't come back. Next day he comes in again. He says to the barber, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy goes out, he don't come back. Now the barber's going crazy, all day on his feet with the scissors and all, So he walks over to the boot black. He says, look, every day a guy comes in, wants to know how many's ahead. I tell him, he goes out, he don't come back. If he does it tomorrow, follow him. I want to know. Next day, the guy came in, said to the barber, how many ahead of me? The barber says 3. The guy went out, the boot black followed him, came back in about 20 minutes. The barber says, where'd he go? Where'd he go? The boot black says, to your house. You're going to be a good bunch tonight. You like the kid who's pointing hair in the middle all the time? And he got tired of it, and he went to the barber, and he had the barber put the part from here over to here. Then he had to give him bangs in front and bangs in the back. The kid said it got awfully monotonous because people kept coming up whispering in his nose. You hear about the drunk fell out of the 12-story building? This guy's blind drunk, and he fell out of a window 12 stories up. He hit on the ground. Boom! There's a big crowd around. He got up. He brushed himself off. The fellow walked up and says, what happened? He says, damn fine, no, I just got here. It'll be a good show. We got a good script, too, boy. I love you. I want to tell you this much, that whatever little success that we've attained, ladies and gentlemen, Alice and I, in the past few years on our show is due to the listening of you nice people and to the fact that we have a wonderful organization, of which I'm very proud. Because, incidentally, I see a few fellas sitting around like sailors, and I want to tell you guys it's always a pleasure to have you here, especially in the Navy, because I was in the Navy during the First War myself. I fought the Battle of Catalina. You're laughing. We lost 8 lobster traps. But anyway, you might get a kick out of this. They had a very unique way of selecting their enlisted men according to what they'd done in private life when I went in. For instance, I went in with a couple of buddies of mine, and one of them was a street cleaner, and they put him on a minesweeper. And this other buddy of mine was a construction guy. He tore down buildings and broke them up and everything, and they put him on a destroyer. How I ever wound up on a ferry boat, I'll But I loved it because we never got in rough water. It was always calm and everything. No, getting back to my organization that I am very proud of. Now, you take, for instance, everyone you see sitting on that stand does an outstanding job on his or her particular instrument. But there's stuff that I know that you don't know. Take the leader. He's okay. We're very proud of him because we find that we have a genius on our hands. And I mean just that, because, ladies and gentlemen, this boy has a tremendous record, in as much as he's already had 2 of his own compositions played in the Hollywood Bowl. And he has been nominated 6 different times for the Academy Award, the Motion Picture Academy Award. And last year, he was nominated again for the Academy Award and just missed it by a few votes for the wonderful job that he did on the arranging and directing of all the beautiful music that you heard in the wonderful Hans Christian Andersen story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Walter Sharp. He has to do that until he gets me in one of the pictures. It's going to be a long, long time. Hey, Bill Foreman, I got to introduce him. I know he came out at first. Now I'd like for you to meet our cast, ladies and gentlemen. First, this is whose fault it is, because without her, I don't think it would be possible. We've been married for 13 years now. And I'm just telling you this much, that she's not only the most beautiful gal in the world, but this kid's got power. Alice Faye. Here are the two little girls who play the part of Alice and Phyllis on the program. They've been with us ever since we started. And they, too, are two of the most competent little actresses we have in the business. Janine Roos and Ann Whitfield. Come on. Don't come too young for me. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my other daughter? Where's Janine? Oh, a surprise. See, we get surprises. Okay. Here is, what's the matter, Alice? Here's a little kid that we've used on our program several times, and we're just proud to have him on with us tonight, because he not only is a terrific little actor, but he is what we call one of our great baseball authorities. Just because he loves the game so much, just because he loves the players, he loves everything that baseball stands for, he has taken time out. Although he is in demand as an actor, he has taken time out to make a full study of the game. And if you like baseball, you saw him as one of the umpires at Hollywood last year on the Pacific Coast, and a boy that is considered already, after 1 year in our baseball out here, being one of our outstanding umpires, aside from being a terrific actor, a wonderful kid. A nice hand for Gil Stratton, ladies and gentlemen. You're not supposed to applaud, you're supposed to boo. Now we get out, let's see where we are now. Oh, yeah, here's a little kid that steals our show every week. We're very happy about it because we not only love him, but we know that he is clever and deserves it. Here's the kid that plays the part of the grocery boy, Julius Abruzio. Here are the four boys who've been with us ever since we started. They also are responsible for all of those cute commercials that you hear on the Jack Benny program. Whenever we go out to play any dates like fairs or anything like that, wouldn't think of going without them. And if you ever see them bill, like in Las Vegas or any place that you see them in the hotels and all, go see them because they'll entertain in the latest style. The four sportsmen, ladies and gentlemen. This little fella's the leader. That's good. When the other three get through with you, Dad. Here he is, the one and only Ellie Lowe. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for coming. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks for being so nice to me. I hope you enjoy the program. Thank you.
La da 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 da. La da 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 da. You'll never know just how much I love yous. La da 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 da. Julius, what do you think?
Miss Faye, you'll make Doris call it a day.
All right, Mr. Sharp. I'm ready.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Phil Shukin, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight's frantic little fantasy is entitled Little Alice's First Date, or I Don't Want to Be a Lonesome Banana, I'll Just Hang Around with the Bunch. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Bill Harris. Phil Harris and Alice Faye are known as Phil Harris and Alice Faye. In private life, however, they are known as Mr. and Mrs. Alice Faye. They have two daughters, little Alice and little Phyllis. But time doing what time does, they're not quite so little as Phil would like to think. Phil thinks.
Harris, you are divine. You are sublime. You're a sensation. And you are all mine. You're such a doll.
That's you, Phil.
Honey, if it ain't me, how dare I be so handsome? Oh, sewing something, huh?
No. Just running a needle in and out of Alice's coat to improve the ventilation.
Oh, that really helps, huh?
Every time.
Well, then what's the rush? Why don't you do it tomorrow?
Well, it happens that Alice is going to a dance tonight with a date.
Honey, I got news for you. No baby daughter of mine is going to no dance with no date. Not as long as I got anything to do with it.
And I've got news for you, Mr. Van Winkle. A 14-year-old girl is not a baby.
14? Mm-hmm. But it seems like only yesterday I was putting her in her playpen.
It was, and she's getting pretty tired of it.
I just can't believe it. In only 14 years, how could she get to be 14 years old?
She doesn't count the way you do. Telling people you're 25.
I don't tell people I'm 25. I tell them that Alice is 14 and I was a father at 11. And they figure the rest out for themselves.
Now, Phil, you can't be a juvenile all your life. Even Mickey Rooney grew up.
Yeah, but not all the way.
Hey, Mom, you know who is ready.
All right, dear.
And here she comes now. Hello, darlings. Hello, you lovely people.
Holy jumping catfish.
Phil, that's your own daughter.
My own? Hey, that's Alice. Phyllis, pull down all them shades.
What's the matter, Pop?
Some of the guys from the band might be outside and she can't run in them high-heeled shoes. Pull down them shades. Pull down them shades.
Oh, Phil, come
How do you like my strapless evening gown, Dad? Isn't it cool?
Why shouldn't it be? There ain't enough of it to keep it.
That isn't what she means, Pop. She means it's real gone.
Yeah, and if you ask me, it's too far gone. Now put some of it back on.
You don't like the way I look.
Yes, I do, Alice. Honestly, I do. It's just that... Well, I ain't seen this much of you since you had your first baby picture taken.
She's no different from all the other girls. And this is a coming-out party.
She's coming out, all right. Looks like she's getting squeezed out of a tube of toothpaste. And what's more... Wait a minute. Hold it, Clyde.
Now what's the matter?
Her lip. She's bleeding.
Will you stop carrying on? That's lip lipstick.
Lipstick? My baby daughter is wearing lipstick? Looks like you put it on with a trowel.
Mother, he's here. He's here.
And furthermore, I'm not...
Father, easy. Let's not get our little brain in a tizzy.
Look, honey,
we'll talk about it later. Be a good boy and let Sniffy in.
Why do I have to... Who?
Sniffy.
Oh, Pop, he's wonderful.
You call him Sniffy?
We won't call him anything if you don't let him in. Now, come on, fellas. Come on. Let's finish putting the finished touches on Alice, huh?
Oh, Mother, I'm so excited. Oh, he's a doll. Oh, mush.
Sniffy. Oh, there's a classy name. All right, I'm coming. The date already. First thing you know, I'm going to have gray hair. Or no hair. I'll be a grandfather. Old crawdad.
Hiya, curly old kid.
Who you calling old?
What's the matter? Something go wrong, Dad?
And don't call me Dad.
Okay.
You got a lot of nerve coming in here making cracks about how old I am. You ain't no spring chicken yourself, Clyde.
Wait a minute. Let's start this thing all over again. Hiya, Curly. How's tricks?
Oh, come in and shut the door, will you?
Beautiful night, ain't it? Not that I care one way or the other, but it seemed like a reasonable way to open the conversation.
All right, Elliot, don't open no conversations. I'm full of problems. I got a lot of problems.
Bad, huh?
Oh, it's Alice, my little daughter. She's growing up. First thing you know, she'll get married. She'll be a mother, a grandmother. She'll be older than I am.
What are you talking about, Curly?
Little Alice. She's going out with a guy.
Oh. I see what you mean.
What do you mean you see what I mean? What's wrong with her going out with a guy?
Well, I remember the first time I went out with a girl. And if I was you, I wouldn't let her.
Look, Elliot, you may not know about these things like this, but there are some kids who don't go around peddling hot hubcaps. And there's some young men that respect American womanhood.
How about the first time you went out with a girl, Curly?
I'll kill him.
All right, wait a minute, Curly. Hold it. Now, let's figure this thing out. What do you know about this kid? Where's he taking her?
Just to a school dance. The place will be loaded with chaperones.
Uh-huh. How much can a loaded chaperone watch? How old is he?
I don't know.
15? 20? 25?
I'll tell you, I don't know. He's just a kid that... What do you mean, 25? He's in the 9th grade with Alice.
Well, I was 25. I was in the 6th grade.
Yeah, and at the rate you were going, you would have gotten out when you were 50.
See what I mean?
Oh, Elliot, what am I going to do?
About what?
About Alice. I can't let her go out with a man 50 years old.
You know, it's a good thing I showed up, Curly. You got to watch these things. You suppose his wife knows about it?
Whose wife?
The kids.
He's got a wife?
Curly, you don't think you got to be 50 years old without a wife and kids, do you?
The kids got kids?
You know, this gets worse all the time.
Look, Elliot, you got to help me.
You know me, Curly. My right arm up to there.
Okay, but now we got to be clever about this.
You bet.
Real clever.
Diabolical.
You know something? We'll be so clever that this guy will never know what happened.
Right.
Now, there's only one other thing I've got to figure out.
What's that, girl?
How do we do it?
That's the problem. Maybe...
I got it. We'll take him in the garage.
And stuff him inside of a tire.
No. We'll work on it.
With sledgehammers.
No, Elliot, no. We'll question him, that's all. We'll find out all about him.
Hold it, Curly.
What?
There's a guy coming up the front walk.
Let me see.
See?
Yeah. That's him, Sniffy.
Pardon me?
That's the guy, Sniffy.
He's a clever devil, ain't he? 50 years old and made up to look like a kid of 15.
Hell. Now, look, Elliot.
Yes?
Go outside and grab him.
Right.
And, Elliot.
Yeah?
I'll meet you in the garage in 2 minutes. I got to get in the mood.
Right.
The story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the actors. It was late when I got back to headquarters and I found 3 bodies piled in front of my desk. That was peculiar because I don't have a desk. It was Harris. My name is Friday. It was Friday. My name is Harris. Suddenly a voice rang out in the dark, and a weird, mysterious voice, a voice that seemed to say...
Is that you, Chief?
Yeah, where's the kid?
Right here.
Okay, let's go to work. Close the door, Joe.
Okay, Chief.
Seven-car garage. We don't fool around with no small stuff.
You ready to start, Chief?
Right. Shine the light in his eye.
Right.
All right, sir. Start talking.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, I don't know what this is all about. I came to take Alice to the dance, and this man told me that I had to wait in the garage, and I'm very confused. Besides, I don't like garages because I'm allergic.
Won't talk, huh? Now, look, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
This boy needs a new washer.
Keep going, Chief. You're doing great.
Okay. What do I do next?
Ask him his name.
Right. What's your name, sir?
Sniffy.
You hear that, Elliot? His name is Sniffy.
A clever alias, but it won't hold water.
Sniffy.
Yes, sir?
I can't keep calling him Sniffy. What's your right name, sir?
My right name, Mr. Harris, is Odell Sneeden Hathaway, the third.
Odell?
Sneeden?
Hathaway, the third.
Look, Sniffy.
Yes, sir?
How old are you?
I'm 15, sir.
A likely story. 16 piece a day.
Elliot, will you stop interrupting?
Sorry, Chief. Go ahead.
Okay, take over, Elliot.
Right. Sniffy?
Yes, sir?
What mob you with?
What?
Take him, Chief.
Right. Where do you work? Where do you live?
Where were you on the night of January 16th?
Elliot.
Sorry, Chief. Slip down.
You want to take over?
No, go ahead. You're doing fine.
Okay. Snippy, now pay attention. What are your intentions toward my daughter?
Well, if she don't bother me, I won't bother her.
Chief, might as well face it. We're not getting any place. We'll have to use force.
Force? What kind of force?
Oh, nothing elaborate. Maybe a few of the basic tortures like the Iron Maiden, Chinese water cure, listening to Guy Lombardo. Art Linkletter won't get it, huh?
You better let me out of here, or I'll tell my father.
Now we got him.
I didn't want to go to any old dance in the first place.
He's cracking wide open.
I don't like dances, and I don't like girls. And you better let me go home.
Keep going, sir. You're doing fine.
My father's the district attorney, and when I tell him what you did to me...
You hear that, Chief? His father's the... Who?
He's the district attorney. That's who my father is.
Take over, Curly.
I should have gone to the football game in the first place. That's what I should have done.
Curly's got it already. Sniffy. Oh, Del boy, you got us all wrong, hasn't he, Elliot?
So wrong.
He doesn't know why we brought him out into the garage, does he?
He thought we were going to torture him.
Yeah. When all the time all we wanted to do is give him some tickets to the football game.
In the garage?
No, in the Coliseum.
Oh, gosh, I thought you were mad at me or something.
Us?
Mad at you? Did you hear that, Elliot? He thought we were mad at him.
Good old Odell Sneedy.
Yeah. Now, look, Snippy, here's a couple of tickets for the Rams game. Now, go ahead out of here and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, live it up. Have a ball.
The Rams? Gosh. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you very much.
Yeah, give my regards to your father.
Yeah, say hello to the DA.
Goodbye.
We did it.
Oh, we got rid of him, didn't we? Wait till I tell Alice.
Hey, boy, will she be tickled, huh?
Hey, wait a minute, Elliot.
What's that?
We forgot one thing.
What's that, Curly?
We never found out how many kids he had. Hey, Alice, honey.
Now, Phil, have you seen Sniffy? He was supposed to have been here 15 minutes ago.
Tell her, Curly.
Hey, honey, when you hear what we did, just wait till you hear.
Mother, I can't understand it. He promised he'd take me.
Oh, Alice, baby, listen, you got nothing to worry about. We fixed that Sniffy character.
We sniffed him good.
Yeah.
You what?
Oh,
Mother.
Yes, sir. It'll be a long time before he comes messing around here again.
Phil, you didn't send him away.
Send him away. You hear that, Curly?
Hey, honey, you should have heard it. Man, Elliot started that torture business on him. And
Phil Harris.
Oh, Mother.
Well, wait a minute. Alice, you didn't want her to go out with that grip, did you?
Oh, Phil, if you'd only keep out of the things that don't concern you.
It concerns me as much as anybody. She's my daughter, and she ain't going out with no strange guys.
For your information, Phil, they went to kindergarten together.
Like I said, Curly, a pickup.
Gee, we were such good friends. He carried my books, and I carried his nose drop. And now he'll never speak to me again.
Oh, honey, don't. No, honey, gee whiz, I was only trying to help.
Oh, you were a big help.
I tried to help, too.
All right. All right, get going, both of you.
What?
You've got just 5 minutes to produce Snippy or a reasonable facsimile.
Which makes the kid sound like a box top.
Now, look, honey.
Get.
Wait a minute, Alice. I'm the head of this family, and I'll look for Snippy when I'm good and ready.
Phil?
I'm ready. Come on.
Where are we going to look for him, Curly?
Oh, how do I know? Come on, we'll ad-lib as we go.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, Alice.
I'm so miserable. What am I going to do?
Oh, well, gee. Maybe a song would help. Snuggle up, kitten, huh? You. I'm in love with you. I could be so true to someone like you. Do what you ought to do. Take me in your arms, please do. Let me cling to you. We were meant for each other, sure as heaven's above. We were meant for each other, to have, to hold, and to love. You. There's no one like you. You could make my dreams come true if you say you love me too.
So true to someone one like you. Do. What you ought to do. Take me in your arms, please do. Let me cling to you.
We were meant for each other, sure as heavens above. We were meant for each other, to have, to hold, and to love. You. There's no one like you. You could make my dreams come true if you say you love me.
Dum da 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 da.
Bum da 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 dum da 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 da.
Wait a minute. Drop it a fifth.
Da 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 dum da 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 da.
Snippy!
You know, Curly, I don't think we're going to find him this way.
What makes you think so?
They never found Chloe, did they?
Hey, wait a minute. That's an idea.
What?
Any good swamps around here?
No. Well, why don't we look for him at the Coliseum?
What for?
Well, ain't that where the Rams are playing?
The Cucamonga Rams?
You mean you gave him tickets? Oh, Curly, you're a clever one. But clever.
Yeah. I'm as sharp as a sack of wet cement. I got news for you. If I don't produce Snippy, I ain't going home.
Hey, Curly, what about that other thing? You know, the facsimile.
What are you talking about? Where are we going to find a thing like that at this time of night?
Curly, when she said a facsimile, she meant look out!
A facsimile is look out?
No, it means the same thing.
Then what's the difference?
Curly, look. When I say, look out! That's Julius.
Why, that little runt tried to run us down. I'll find...
He's a facsimile. Curly, we got it.
Julius is a facsimile?
In a nauseating sort of a way.
Hey, why don't you guys stand still? What's the matter, you chicken or something?
Hey, he's backing up now. He's going to stop. Look, I got an idea. What? If we can't find one of them facsimile things, how about using Julius?
Curly, you are a loo.
What are you fellas doing up on the sidewalk? Don't you know it's dangerous?
Oh, hello, Julius, old buddy boy.
Maybe I clipped them going by.
Could we speak to you for a moment, please, sir?
I must have mangled the both of them.
Hey, Julius, how would you like to go to a dance?
Can you lead?
Come here, Julius. Just a little closer.
I'm close enough. What do you got on your mind? As if me deadly intuition didn't tell me.
No, kid, not today, no. No, you got us all wrong, old buddy. We're your friends.
Either me intuition is dead or I'm gonna be.
Julius, we're going to make you a real happy kid.
You gonna let me back the truck over here?
Oh, got a wonderful sense of humor, that kid.
A laugh a minute, Curly.
Yeah.
Nothing but laughs.
Fellas, please, you're taking all the fun out of it. You're supposed to fight me.
You? You? Our buddy? Our pal?
Our facsimile?
Hey, Julius. Now listen. How would you like to take a beautiful young lady to a dance?
I ain't interested.
But we already made the date for you.
Great. Call me up tomorrow and let me know if I had a good time.
Don't be that way, Julius. Look, we'll do anything you say. Name your own terms.
Ooh, this dame must be a darb.
Well, are you going to go or ain't you?
Will you wash me truck?
I'll wash and he'll wipe.
Will you deliver me groceries all day tomorrow? And call me Mr. Abruzio?
We will call you Dear Mr. Abruzio.
King of the supermarkets.
You'll do all that for poor little insignificant me?
How about it, Julius?
I still ain't interested.
Now, look, you little creep.
Leave him alone, Elliot. Leave him alone. Don't bother him. Just leave him alone. If he won't, he won't. Just means poor little Alice won't go to the dance, that's all.
Well, she'll get over it.
Oh, Alice, huh? Wait a minute, me good man. I have decided to reconsider your proposition. I shall be only too happy to accompany the fair damsel in pursuit of Tapsicori and the lights.
Ah.
That means yes.
Oh. Well, then go ahead, Julius. What are you waiting for?
You want I should take poor little Alice in the truck?
No. You can take my car. But look, hurry up. You'll miss the whole dance.
I'll dance like a breeze, like a feather floating in the summer air, like a bird in the arms of the girl I love.
You got any intuition?
Why?
Mine tells me something is all loused up.
Hey, honey. Hey, Alice.
She isn't home, Pop.
Who isn't?
Anybody isn't. I'm all alone.
Well, that's funny. Where do you suppose?
Hi, Uncle Elliot. How's every little thing?
Oh, great, Phil, great. Little Alice get taken care of all right?
Sure. She and Sniffy went to the football game.
Sniffy?
Oh, you said you gave him tickets, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, look, fellas. What happened when Julius showed up?
Well, he and Mom went to the dance, like you said.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Every one of the dollars you'll invest in a television set is mighty important to you. So make sure you get full value for your money. Make sure you get an RCA Victor. New RCA Victor television costs as little as $199.95. Yet it's the finest TV you can buy. And remember this, when you buy one of the new RCA Victor television receivers, you can enjoy America's finest installation and maintenance through an RCA Victor factory service contract. This exclusive factory service is another reason why, every year, more people buy RCA Victor than any other television.
This is Phil again. To encourage Americans to speak up for freedom, Freedom's Foundation is currently offering its 5th annual awards program. Cash awards and honor medals are offered in 15 categories. You may obtain entry blanks by writing the Freedom's Foundation, Incorporated, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was Gil Stratton. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're back from over there. Hi, fellows. This is Ken Carpenter, back again to say hello to you wherever you may be. We hope that means you're right beside your radio, because we've shuffled together a batch of your latest requests. And believe me, this week we really got a stacked deck. Our ace in the hole is our master of ceremonies, the star of Lady Luck, and here he is, Robert Young.
Thank you, Ken. Hello, gang. Now, men, you've asked for her, and here she is. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great young singing star, the vivacious, gracious, and bodacious Lina Romay. Welcome to Command Performance, Lina.
Yes, Lina, welcome to Command Performance. Welcome like anything.
Well, thank you, Bob, and you too, Ken.
Yes, thanks for the assist, Ken.
Oh, that's all right, Bob. Move over, will you?
Gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. All this warmth and affection for one little song and one little singer.
I just can't help it, Lina. I'm just nuts about little songs.
Well, Ken, maybe I can calm you down with that feeling in the moonlight.
I don't think that's the way to go about it, Lina, but let's try it.
Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That wonderful feeling that you want to be kissed. You're strolling in the park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That wonderful longing you can never resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that said you want to be kissed? Everybody now and then gets a little lonely. There's always a reason why. I know what it means to be lonely, even as you and you're strolling in the park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That longing you just can't resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that says you want to be, feeling that says you ought to be, feeling that says you gotta be.
Every century or so, civilization produces a great musical genius. The 19th century gave forth the matchless European violin virtuoso Gisele. But we in the 20th century are more fortunate, for we have been gifted with a number of musical geniuses whose names will live forever. There's Jascha Heifetz, the incredibly nimble-fingered violinist, Gregor Piatigorsky, the eminently successful cellist. I knew I'd get it. And as our guest on this command performance, we have the honor to present one of the greatest artists who ever lived. You've heard of Tchaikovsky, Bertelli, Rimsky-Korsakov.
Bob, that sounds like the Notre Dame football team.
None other than Chico Marx.
Dave, I'd like to play something, but have you got someone going to help me a little bit?
Got just a man for you.
What do you got?
We've got a nice violin player for you, Louis.
Louis? Where's the Lou? Hey, Lou. Oh. How do you do, Lou?
Fine.
You know Gypsy Love Song?
Gypsy Love Song. I know the chorus.
You know the chorus, huh? In the mic, know it.
I know the chorus, Chico.
Well, if I played the verse, maybe you could follow me, huh?
Well, you play the verse and I'll noodle around.
You're going to noodle around?
I'll noodle around.
What do you mean by noodling?
Well, I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. You noodle on that and I'll... You noodle on that thing and I'll macaroni on this. Look, Lou, I know you got a lot of friends out here and you want to... I know you want to make good, but don't play better than me, will you? Are we playing the same thing? One too much. Sounds like a slow leak you got. That's very good, though. Now we try the chorus. But the chorus we're going to play pianissimo. You know pianissimo, eh?
Pianissimo? No, I don't know.
You don't know what pianissimo is? How long you study music?
15 years.
15. You know, 2 more years you could have been a plumber? 15 years. All right, I tell you what we do. We make it very simple. We play it allegro pizzicato. Hey, fellas, allegro pizzicato. You know allegro pizzi?
Never heard of it. I never heard of it.
You know any of the pizzicatos? You must have been with Spike Jones's band. All right, do you know what pistachio is?
Pistachio, I know.
Oh, well, we play pistachio.
Thank you, Chico Marx.
Bob, that's the theme song. It sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, Ken, and it will be familiar to the fellows overseas, too. Because if they have long stateside radio memories, they'll know it heralds the appearance of one of the finest quartets in the business. And here they are singing the songs you want to hear, the Charioteers.
Every night when the moon is shining bright down in Rio de Janeiro, comes a gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly plays. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour on a party to find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Every night when the moon shines bright on Rio de Janeiro, comes the gent from the instrument and the colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy with all the party, oh, you'll find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the gaucho serenade. Oh, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade. Tra-la-la-la, 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 oh, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade. Well, the gaucho serenade.
Many of you men overseas have tuned in your radio to hear the thrilling dramas on Suspense. One of the highlights in the series has been the unforgettable performance of Agnes Moorehead in Sorry, Wrong Number. Here at home, the response of both critics and public was so enthusiastic that Miss Moorehead was called upon to repeat the playlet several times. On each occasion, she gave a stirring, vivid portrayal as the neurotic woman who hears a murder being plotted over cross-telephone wires and finally learns that the intended victim of the murder is herself. Miss Moorehead's characterization is truly an incomparable study in terror. Tonight we had hoped to bring you this great radio drama, Sorry, Wrong Number. Miss Agnes Moorehead, unfortunately, was unable to be with us. So we secured the services of another personality with the same dynamic appeal. None other than Jack Benny. We now take you to Mr. Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack sitting anxiously by the telephone waiting, nerves shattered, another victim of suspense.
Busy, busy, busy. It can't be busy all this time. Operator, operator. Quiet, Polly. Operator, operator.
I'm sorry,
that line is busy.
Listen, operator, I've been trying to get that number for the last 20 minutes. It's a big advertising agency. They have a switchboard.
I'm sorry, the line is busy.
Can't be busy. I've been ringing that number since 25 after 11. Do you know what time it is now?
For the correct time, dial Ulrich 8900.
Operator, I know what time it is. It's 11:45.
11:45.
Holly, quiet. Listen, operator. I'm a subscriber. I pay my bills every month, and since I've been on this phone, I've had nothing but trouble.
Trouble? 1 moment, please. I will connect you.
Repair department. That's not my trouble. What do I have to do to get Hillside 7593?
Just call the operator.
Oh, my goodness. Why can't I? Operator. Operator.
Number, please.
Look, operator. I want Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
I did dial the number. I keep getting a busy signal. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Look, operator, I'm Jack Benny. I have a radio program. My option comes up at 12 o'clock tonight. If I don't hear from my sponsor, Mr. Jones, in 15 minutes, I'll be out of a job. He's the advertising manager. I'm trying to get him on the phone, and I can't get the number.
I will connect you with information.
Operator, don't you understand? I don't want information.
This is information.
Look, I don't want it. I want Sevenside Hill 593. I mean Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
I've tried it direct, indirect, and spelled backwards. Now, what do I have to do to get Hillside 7593?
You may
dial that number direct. Oh, nuts. I don't know what to do. This is driving me mad. It keeps getting later.
11:12. 11:12.
Holly, quiet. Besides, it's 10 minutes to 12 now. Your watch is slow. Well, I'll try. Whoops, there it is. It's my sponsor. He's calling me. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
It's 50 words or less, isn't it?
The contest is over. Fine time to ask about my contest. If my sponsor doesn't call me pretty soon, I'll go nuts. I still have 8 minutes. I got to reach Mr. Jones by 12 o'clock. Polly, quiet. Here's a cracker. And eat it slowly. It might be your last. Well, I'll try that number again. It can't be still busy. I know it can't. I'm sure there must be something wrong with the...
Hello?
Hello,
is that you, Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, that's my sponsor. Mr. Jones, this is me, Jack Benny.
Hello, George?
They can't hear me. The wires must be crossed.
Yes, George. I've thought the matter over thoroughly, and I've decided to let him go.
I see. Well, it's going to be quite a shock to him. He's been with us a long time.
Well, George, he's had it coming. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore.
Yikes! Talking about me. Mr. Jones, operator.
Well, Mr. Jones, don't you think you ought to warn him and give him another chance? It might be difficult to replace him.
That's right. Tell him, George. Tell him. Nice boy, George. Nice boy. Tell him.
No, George. I've made up my mind. I think we should look for a younger man.
Younger? Why, I'm only 37. 37.
37 and 37. That's 75.
At 74, you dope. Can't you count?
So you don't think warning him would do any good, eh, Mr. Jones?
No, he's had his chance.
Mr. Jones, please, George has a swell idea. Warn me. Give me another chance. I might be difficult to replace. Tom Brenneman is so busy, and he has to get up so early in the morning.
Well, all right, Mr. Jones. I'll let him...
I've been cut off. Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, I want Hillside 7953. Will you please get it for me?
You may dial that number direct.
But I've been dialing all morning. My fingers are so swollen they don't fit into the hole.
1 moment, please. I will try that number for you.
Thank you. Only 5 minutes to go. I can only talk to Mr. Jones. If I could just plead with him, beg him like I did last year. Maybe I could talk him into giving me another...
Sorry, that line is busy.
Busy. What am I going to do? I got to think fast.
Busy.
Polly, shut up. This is serious. You may have to go to work. 4 minutes to 12. Wait a minute, I know. I'll call my agent. That's it, my agent. Why am I paying him 9%? I'll try and get him. That might be Mr. Jones. Oh, hello?
Hello, is that you, Edna?
Edna?
This is Johnny McGuire. I just got back from the South Pacific. I haven't seen a woman in 3 years. You're the first one I called.
Look, you must have the wrong number.
Oh, don't give me that, Edna. I recognize your voice right away.
Look, but
Now, what do you say, Edna? Let's you and me step out tonight and I'll buy you a nice big dinner.
Look, I'm telling you, you have the wrong... Dinner? No, what am I thinking of? He'd only want to... I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I wish I was, Edna. At least then I'd know where... Oh, my goodness, only 3 minutes to 12. No time to call my agent now. I got to get Mr. Jones. Maybe he hasn't signed anybody else yet. I'll tell him I'll do anything he asks me. I'll let him cut my salary. This year I'll suggest it myself. The line's clear. It's not busy. I still have time.
This is Hillside 7593.
Get me Mr. Jones, quick. This is Jack Benton.
Mr. Jones is busy on another line. Would you call back?
No, I'll hold on. Oh, hurry, Mr. Jones, hurry. You haven't got much time. I haven't got much time. Hello?
Hello.
Is that you, Mr. Jones? Oh, it's you, Polly. Shut your big mouth.
Hello? What's that?
Mr. Jones, I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Jones. It wasn't your big mouth. It was my parrot. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, well, Jack, I'm glad you called. I wanted to tell
Mr. Jones, please, before you say anything, listen to me. You got to listen to me. I know I've been on the air a long time, but I'm not through yet. Honest, I'm not. There's still a few good years left in me, and I want you to have them.
But Jack...
I know I've made mistakes, Mr. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody but you, Mr. Jones. You always do the right thing. You're wise, smart, intelligent, kind. That's it, kind. You're too kind to cast me aside like an old shoe. Give me another chance. Please, Mr. Jones. Don't drop my option.
Why, Jack, what are you crying about? We've no intention of letting you go.
Honest, Mr. Jones, if you'll only give me... What? You mean you're going to pick up my option?
Why, certainly. I've been trying to call you all morning. Your phone's been busy.
My phone? Busy? Oh.
Tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea we wouldn't take up your option?
Well, Mr. Jones, I called you a few minutes ago, and the wires got crossed. I heard you talking to a man named George.
George? Oh, yes. He's my office manager.
Well, I overheard you telling him to let somebody go. You wanted a younger man.
Oh, I remember, certainly. I discharged him this morning. It was the janitor.
The janitor?
Yes.
Oh, the janitor. Well, the joke's certainly on me. Well, Mr. Jones, if the man wasn't doing his work, what else could you do? It's not your fault if the man isn't capable. There's no place for sentiment in business, Mr. Jones. That's what I like about you, Mr. Jones. You don't let your heart rule your head. That janitor got what was coming to him. I don't believe in a man whining and trying to hang on to a job when he's not wanted. I agree with you. If a man fails to deliver, let him go. Get rid of him, I say. Fire him.
Thank you, Agnes Moorehead. Jack Benny. And your cast of splendid performers. On my way to the studio tonight, something very funny happened. Nothing. But I did meet a man a lot of you have wanted to hear on Command Performance. He's a fine orchestra conductor, at the same time one of the outstanding arrangers and composers of the present day. You've heard his Holiday for Strings and Our Waltz. Now here he is in person, ex-Sergeant David Rose.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Bob.
Oh, it was nothing, Dave, nothing really.
Oh, yes, it was. You don't know how wonderful those words sound. Ex-sergeant.
I see what you mean. Dave, how about leading the orchestra through your own treatment of humoresque. There you have it, man, the 209th Command performance. And believe me, all of us regard it as a privilege and an honor to appear on this program in answer to your requests. So keep those letters coming. As long as you're over there facing problems that must be faced and dealt with so that your country can accept its full responsibility to the family of nations, we here at home will be yours to command for good entertainment, in the hope that shows like this will make your task a little more agreeable. This is Bob Young. Good night.
We present Gisele of Canada, singing and playing her songs in English and French.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Mesdames et messieurs.
Gisele will have as her guests in this series some of the greatest names in the entertainment world, Jack Benny, Ava Gardner, Eddie Cantor, Helen Hayes, Sergei Kuzovitsky, Ozzie and Harriet, Edward Arnold, Bob Hope, Herbert Marshall, Burns and Allen, Ronald Coleman, Joan Fontaine, and Ray Milland. Our first guest is our great, good, gifted, and generous friend, Jack Benny.
Well, Mr. Benny doesn't seem interested, Rupert.
Jack? Oh, of course he is. Go ahead and sing.
It's the story of a very unfortunate man, this man who was arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked old Buddha's gone. And now he's robbing the piano just to raise the price of a ticket to the land of the free. You say his home's in Bristol where they ship the rice, but it's really in Tennessee. That's what he said. I need someone to love me. I need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. I need someone to lend me a $50 bill, and then I'll leave Hong Kong far behind me for happiness once again. Oh, someone believe I've again to see that day again. But when I try to leave, oh, local man won't let me fly away. I need someone to love me. I need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. It's the story of a very unfortunate man, this man who was arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked old Buddha's gone.
Oh, that was grand, Giselle.
Now, but look at Mr. Benny. He's still muttering to himself and counting on his fingers.
Try another song, and then I'll see what's on his mind.
All right.
There's a guy named Chico, who's the toast of Puerto Rico, especially when it comes to making love. You'll be speaking Puerto Rican, and your heart is sure to weaken when you meet the guy I'm speaking of. Chico, from Puerto Rico. Every chick in Puerto Rico chases Chico. Chico is full of Rico. Oh, they all think Chico, pretty slicko. He's got ego, this amigo. Every cute muchacha wants to go where he go. When he hears rumba or bolero, he do better job than Sister Romero. He likes to flirt, but he no fighter do. No, he might get hurt. Say he's nobody's fool. Chico, from Puerto Rico. He's a wolf who isn't timid, shy, or meeko. And when you know all that I know, lady, you give Chico back to Puerto Rico. He's not afraid to marry you. Of course, you'll have to wait, cause he can't get the boy. Chico, from Puerto Rico. Every chick in Puerto Rico chases Chico. It's Puerto Rico. Oh, they all think Chico, pretty Chico. He likes to kiss and say romantic words after you miss some money from your bird. Chico, from Puerto Rico. He's a wolf who isn't timid, shy, or meeko. And when you know all that I know, lady, you'll give Chico back to Puerto Rico.
Now, let's see. New York has a population of about...
Why so thoughtful, Jack? Don't you like Giselle's songs?
Oh, yes, they're great. But I had a business matter on my mind. Canada's a very big country, isn't it, Rupert?
Canada? Yes, indeed.
And a good investment field?
One of the best, Jack. You know, they tell me $5 billion American dollars are working up there now and sending home dividend right on the nail.
$5 billion? Do you think there'd be room for any more?
Oh, sure. Jack, you don't mean you're thinking of investing money up there?
Well, I'm considering it.
Great idea, Jack. You couldn't do better. What are you interested in?
Well, money.
Yes, but how do you want to make it? Now, let's see. Take their newsprint industry. They produce 4 times as much newsprint as any other country in the world. Then they're the world's largest producers of nickel, platinum, asbestos.
You don't say.
Sure. And they're right up at the top in copper, zinc, silver, lead, and gold. Gold, Jack. Think of it.
I am.
Then you take the Athabasca tar sands in Alberta. There's more oil in them than there is in all the rest of the world's fields. 250 billion barrels, they say.
That's a lot of oil.
And all the water power you'd ever need. Jack, you couldn't find a better place than Canada to have your money go to work for you.
Well, yes, I'd like to give it a lot of healthy outdoor exercise. In a gold mine or an oil well.
Sure. Or put it into a factory. Jack, can't you see your name up in lights over a big factory? The Jack Benny Manufacturing Company, in letters 7 feet high, 10 feet, 15.
Jack Benny Manufacturing Company. 15 feet high. Rupert, it's an idea. I think I'll do it.
Good. Now, you take $1 million or so?
$1 million? I figured on starting a little more conservatively than that.
All right, say 100,000. Well, 10,000, no?
I was thinking of something really conservative. Say about...
Well, say it, Jack.
Well, sort of like opening a savings account. But of course, I'd go higher than $1. Say $1.50. Oh, say $1.35.
I see. Well, Jack, you go ahead. They're just as glad to see the small investors as the big ones. Only you better make some inquiries. You don't want to take a wild plunge.
No. I wonder if Gisele could give me any advice.
Well, I don't know how she is in these big business deals, Jack, but she certainly must be an admirer of yours. Look at her next song. Mon cœur est un violon. My heart is a violin.
Well, that's appropriate.
Mon cœur est un violon sur lequel ton archer joue et qui vibre tout du long appuyé contre ta joue dans ton air vif gai comme un repas de folie quand le son fatigué traîne avec mélancolie
Mr. Benny liked that all right, Giselle. Look at those eyes. Those blue, blue eyes.
You think it's safe for me to sing Hands Across the Table?
Well, take a chance. Be sure to be with Gisele of Canada next week when our guest will be that sensational young star, Miss Ava Gardner. This is Rupert Lucas saying au revoir.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trop, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis singing, Who Put That Gleam in Your Eye?
Who put that dream in your eye? And who put that song in your side? Who makes you thrill through and through? Who is that lucky guy I wish I knew? Please tell me who put that spring in your walk, and who put that lilt in your talk. Your kiss could put me wise and make me realize
famous beauty authority Kay Dumas now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place leaves hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumas blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, our young hero, Dennis Day, has been working at the Willoughby store in Weaverville for the past year and a half. Of course, his job isn't a very good one. The hours are long, the work is hard, and about the only thing you can say for it is that Mr. Willoughby doesn't pay him what he's worth, which is a break for Dennis. But evidently, the flame of ambition burns brighter in our hero than we had guessed, for it seems that Dennis... Well, let's look in at the Anderson living room where he's been telling his girlfriend Mildred some rather startling news.
Oh, Dennis, it's just marvelous. Another job in your spare time.
Yeah.
But how did you happen to pick the insurance business to go into?
Well, it's the best business there is. I figured it out. More people do it than anything.
Do what?
Die.
Well, that's true. But do you know anything about insurance?
Oh, I've been studying it for weeks. Believe me, I've been using my brain.
Well, why didn't you tell me about it before?
Oh, I didn't want to worry you.
Oh, I see.
Gosh, I sure hope I can make a success of this. If I do, I'll feel free to speak to your mother.
Why, darling, you mean about me?
About anything. I'll just feel free to speak to her.
Oh. Well, you'll make a success of it, Dennis. I know you will.
Sure, why not? I'm getting to know people here now, and they're getting to know me, too, and... Say, that may be why not.
Dennis, you're not losing your self-confidence again, are you?
When you're me, it's no trick at all.
Well, you've got to change then. And now, what have you done about getting prospects to sell insurance to?
Well, I've left little pamphlets around here and at the store.
Pamphlets?
Yeah, the firm puts them out. People read them and start thinking about insurance, and then I come along and... Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my son. Mildred, my dear.
Good morning, Daddy. You sleep well?
No, I didn't close my eyes all night. Look at these folders someone left on my dresser last night.
Oh, those?
Yes. Just listen to these titles. You may be a heavy burden to 6 men in dark suits, but why be one to your family?
Well, you see, Mr. Anderson...
And this one. When you're ready to go, will the going be good?
Makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
Yes, but hardly the kind of thoughts I like to dwell on.
Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for those folders, Mr. Anderson. You see, I've gone into the insurance business in my spare time.
Oh, so that's it. Well, lots of luck, my boy. But you'll need more than just a few folders to sell insurance.
Oh, Dennis has the marvelous sales talk all worked out, Daddy.
Yeah, a really subtle one. All I need is a little practice and I'm all set to go.
Well, suppose you practice on me, son. Now, we'll pretend that I'm a prospect and you're trying to sell me some insurance, okay?
Oh, you bet. Well. Good morning, sir. How are you feeling this lovely morning?
Fine, thank you.
Really? You look horrible.
What?
If you last 2 more months, I'm the king of Siam.
Dennis, is that what you call subtle? You have to make some conversation first. Pass the time of day with the man.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's try it again. How do you do, young man?
How do you do, sir? Well, here it is, 9 o'clock in the morning.
It is?
Yep. Wonder how many people died last night.
Oh, no, Dennis.
No?
Certainly not. You can't talk about things like that.
Well, I got to introduce the subject, don't I? I got to let him know that if he passes away tonight, his widow should be happy as a lark tomorrow.
Son, I wish you all the luck in the world in your new business, and I doubt it from the bottom of my heart. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have my housework to do. Good day, Chico.
Gosh, I didn't make any headway with even pretending. And I thought he might really buy some insurance from me, too.
Dennis, you know Daddy couldn't buy anything even if he wanted to. Why, as soon as he gets his money every week, Mother's got it.
Gee, you mean she goes through his... Now I'm being silly. She's got them on.
Of course. If you want to sell any insurance in this family, my mother's your only prospect.
Well, there goes this family.
Well, not necessarily. Suppose you flattered her a little. She's very susceptible to it, you know.
I should flatter her?
Sure. Spread it on thick about her beauty and charm. It's worth a try, isn't it?
Well, gee,
Dennis,
Mildred,
your only chance is to soften her up.
Gee, do you think softening up will be enough? In my case, she'd have to be absolutely tenderized.
I'm sure you'll think of it.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mother. Dennis.
Mrs. Anderson, don't move. Just stand there and let me drink you in.
What did you say?
What glorious radiance. You're a vision of loveliness from the top of your dainty brown head to the bottom of your big, strong white feet.
Dennis,
you great, big, gorgeous hunk of dreamboat, you...
Why, Dennis, you really think I'm attractive? Oh, Dennis, you darling. Still, I've often thought I should be painted and perhaps photographed. Do you agree?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You'd photograph fine if you were painted.
What?
Oh, that didn't come out right. What I meant was... You were just made to be photographed. Why, you belong on the screen. The most beautiful mother in the movies.
Oh, well, that's different. The Irene Dunn type, huh?
Exactly. You'd be just perfect as her mother.
Oh, I would I?
Mother, Dennis didn't mean that the way it sounded.
I say he did. And I'll thank him to drop dead at his earliest convenience.
Oh, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. Gene, I was going great till I got going.
Well, that leaves you only one prospect, Mr. Willoughby. You'll just have to go down to the store and get him in a good mood. Now, let's see. What makes him happiest?
For me not to go down to the store.
Well, you are going down, and I'm going to help you.
Yeah?
Look, I went to school with a boy named Austin Peterson. We used to call him Stinky, and he's now selling insurance.
So?
Well, suppose he called on you at the store, and you pretended to buy insurance from him in front of Mr. Willoughby.
Just pretended?
Well, naturally. But Mr. Willoughby would be so impressed by an underpaid person like you buying it that he'd be right for some himself.
Say, for once I think one of your ideas is going to work.
Of course. But before Austin gets there, you've got to butter up Mr. Willoughby the same way you did Mother.
Uh-huh.
Only for heaven's sakes, this time don't go as far.
Oh, okay. I'll forget that stuff about him making a beautiful screen mother.
Gee, you really think I can sell this Dennis Day some insurance, Uncle Homer?
Just as sure as your name is Richard Willoughby, my boy. He's been leaving insurance folders all over the store, so I know he's interested.
Gosh, I don't know. Nothing ever happened with any of my other prospects.
All your other prospects got away because they outsmarted you. This time you're evenly matched.
Gee, imagine.
Yes, I know. It's hard to. What's more, I'm going to help you. I'm going to flatter the lad for you so he's in a mood to buy.
Flatter him?
Well, sure. That's the way. Oh, here he comes. Quick, duck out of sight for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Dennis, my dear, dear son, good morning.
Mr. Willoughby, don't move. Just stand there and let me drink you in.
Say, Dennis, you're the grandest, loveliest boy I've ever known.
And you're the finest, sweetest man, Mr. Willoughby. I don't know anyone I'd rather mop a floor for.
Dennis, I don't know anyone I'd rather have mop it.
You've given me a magnificent floor to work on, Mr. Willoughby.
Knees like yours deserve the best, Dennis.
You're good, Mr. Willoughby.
You're fine.
You're considerate.
You're loyal.
You're sweet.
You're sincere.
You're pure.
You're
wholesome. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to wait for my turn.
That's quite all right. I'd forgive you anything, Dennis.
And I love you, Mr. Willoughby.
Pardon me. Mr. Day?
Yes?
How do you do? I happen to be an insurance man, and I...
Oh, the fellow... how are you, Stinky?
Beg pardon?
I said, how are you, Stinky?
Well, I guess the customer's always right. Fine, thanks.
Good. What can I do for you, old man? Oh, stick around, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, I was wondering if you'd be interested in a life insurance policy.
Sure, I'll take it.
It's a wonder... Huh?
Sign me up for $1,000. You talked me into it.
What did I say? I'd like to remember it.
It wasn't so much what you said, it was the way I listened.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. And goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. I understand your firm also carries accident insurance.
Yes, sir.
Well, suppose I got laid up because of an accident and lost 2 weeks' pay.
Gee, that's right.
And what about the doctor's bills I'd be running up?
Yeah.
And who's going to pay my room rent while I'm in bed?
Yeah.
Accident insurance is great. I think I ought to take some.
Really?
I'd be a fool not to if what you say is true.
Gee. You're a real high-pressure customer.
Now, Stinky, are there any types of insurance you've forgotten?
Oh, I imagine there must be some I haven't mentioned.
Put me down for $100 worth of each.
If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have sold tickets.
Gosh, I certainly do thank you, Mr. Day. Would you mind signing right here?
Oh, not at all, Sonny. There you are.
Gee, you sure were right about Mr. Day, Uncle Homer. His premiums will come to at least $100.
Oh, sure. I'm a great believer in Uncle Homer?
Why, yes. Richard here is my nephew.
You mean he isn't Stinky?
Well, that, of course, is open to debate.
But I mean, Mildred Anderson didn't send him down here?
Mildred Anderson? Who's Mildred Anderson?
Oh, she's the girl who perfected the revolting development.
Dennis, will you stop carrying on? So it isn't my fault Austin Peterson was out of town.
What are we going to do, Mildred? I'm stuck for $100 worth of insurance premiums.
Golly, if you could only sell Mother insurance for the whole family, you could earn that much in commissions. Dennis, we've got to think.
Oh, what's the use, Mildred? I'd be better off if I'd just give up and go out and throw myself under a truck.
Why, Dennis, that's it!
Just to sell some insurance, you would let my lovely white body be mangled?
I don't mean a real accident, silly. We'll just pretend there's been one. When Mother sees you all bandaged up, she'll realize it could have happened to her, and she'll buy some insurance.
Oh, well, if you think she won't suspect...
Of course she won't. And even if she does catch on, we'll just work the fake injury trick on someone else.
Don't be silly. If she catches on, the injuries won't be a fake. Oh, well, get out the bandages.
That does it. You look perfect, Dennis.
Don't you think we've overdone it a little? Shouldn't there be a little hole I could talk out of?
Oh. Well, here, I'll push some of it aside. There.
Oh, Mildred.
Oh, golly, we just got through in time. There she is. Oh. In here, Mother. Quick, lie down on the couch, Dennis.
Mildred, I just wanted to...
Good heavens, who's that?
Oh, Mother. Mother, it's Dennis. He's been hurt.
Hurt? Badly? Oh, Dennis. Speak to me. How did it happen?
I was crossing a street when suddenly a 20-ton truck came bearing down on me at 80 miles an hour and hit me head on.
What?
Yes, ma'am. My face is all scratched.
Your face is scratched.
Oh, it's much worse than that, Mother. He's delirious. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Oh, my. Is the pain dreadful, Dennis?
Terrible. And no insurance at all.
Oh, dear, to be seriously injured in a strange town so far from your home.
Yeah, with no insurance.
How much you must wish that you had your mother here at a time like this.
I'll say, and a few dollars worth of insurance.
You see, Mother, he has no insurance.
Yes, I was beginning to suspect it.
Yeah, Mrs. Anderson, and you ought to buy some right away. A thing like this could happen to someone you care about.
Well, Mildred, do you realize that when that boy is delirious, he makes sense? I'm going to buy all the insurance I can as fast... Now, who can that be? I'll answer it. Yes?
How do you do? Is Mr. Day in? I brought over the insurance policies he bought this morning.
Insurance policies?
Mildred, I feel a cold wind blowing on me.
Dennis, this gentleman dropped in to bring you your insurance policies.
Gosh, Mr. Day, is that you? And you're injured. Oh, that's awful. The company gives us demerits when they have to pay off so soon.
No, I'm not really injured, Richard. Your company won't have to pay me.
I wouldn't count on it, Richard.
Huh?
Dennis, this time you've gone too far. This time I'm Dennis Day, come back here and fight like a man.
Dennis, it's safe. You can come out now. She's left the house.
Well, goodbye, Mildred. It was nice knowing you.
Dennis, wait. All we've got to do is think this thing out.
That's what I'm going to do, Mildred. Sit down in China somewhere and think it out. Goodbye.
Listen, Dennis, I've got another idea.
Mildred, I'm not a strong boy. Let's quit while I'm alive, huh?
But all you have to do is go down to the office of the insurance company you bought the policies from.
And just tell them I don't want the policies?
No, tell them you want a dozen more.
Girl, I knew it would happen. You've blown your whistle.
Wait. When you ask for more insurance, they'll wonder why.
They won't be alone.
Well, suppose you convinced them that you'd had reversals and were about to commit suicide. Wouldn't they cancel all the policies you bought this morning?
Well, it's possible, I suppose.
Possible nothing. It's a certainty. I'll go with you and wait for you. Surely you can make them believe you're desperate enough for suicide, can't you?
Why not? All I got to do is be myself.
Now, have you got everything straight? Exactly what you're to say?
Yeah, I think so. I've even got a little idea of my own I might try, too.
Oh, Dennis, and up to now I was so confident.
Well, don't worry. I may not have to use it.
But what is...
Shh, the fellow might hear you. Well, here I go.
How do you do, sir?
Hello. I'm Dennis Day, the fellow who bought those policies from your company yesterday.
Oh, yes, sir. And what can we do for you today?
Well, I'd like another $100,000 worth of life insurance.
$100,000 worth?
Pretty suspicious, huh?
Why, not at all. Just a moment till I locate my rate book.
Oh, no hurry. I got no place to go. My house burned down yesterday.
Really? Let's see now.
Too bad, too. I think my wife was in it. I haven't seen her all day.
Oh, this is the annuity book.
Yeah, that's the way it's been going lately. Yesterday, little Eloise got to playing with my razor. Darned if she didn't cut her dear little face.
Oh?
Clear off. Little things, but they add up. Make a fella pretty unhappy.
I know that book is here someplace.
Oh, take your time. I'll be alive for minutes yet.
Ah, here we are. And now let's see. Your age is 22, I believe.
Yeah, the oldest anyone in my family ever lived to be.
How's that?
My grandfather killed himself when he was 17. I knew him only slightly, of course.
What?
Yeah. Uncle George went young, too. Hung himself from the ceiling one evening with his head in the gas oven. Yeah, then he stabbed himself in the heart, put a bullet through his brain. When we found him, he was a pretty sick boy.
Your whole family were suicides?
Starting to wake up, huh?
But surely you're not that sort of a person.
Oh, no? Well, see this?
A gun. Mr. Day, put that down.
I'm going to blow out my brains right after you give me that $100,000 policy.
After? Mr. Day, that isn't ethical.
But I can't leave my little ones with just these small policies I bought yesterday.
Here, give me those policies.
Hey!
There. My goodness, if you're not going to live, we don't want you holding our policies. The Home Office hates that.
Well, thanks, old man. So long.
Dennis, that gun. What are you doing with it?
Oh, that was a little idea I had, Mildred. The convincer. I put it to my head and started to press the trigger. Then he believed me.
But, Dennis,
Oh, don't worry. It's only your father's old trophy pistol. But he didn't know it wasn't loaded and couldn't fire even if it was. See? Even if I pulled the trigger all day like this, it would...
Dennis!
Ooh, what I nearly blew out.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players now demonstrate. Our curtain goes up on a scene in a room of a college dormitory, where we find a college boy with trouble.
Gosh, this is some letter I got from Gracie today. All she says is no, no, no.
Well, maybe the gal means no, Shorty.
Well, then how come all the love stuff she used to write? Decode that for me, hotshot.
Okay. The way I figured, Gracie's signaling you to see your dentist.
And here's what Shorty found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis singing Cole Porter's Begin the Begin.
When they begin the begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the horns seem to be swaying. When they begin the begin, to live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are, swearing to love forever, and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin the begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin the begin. Oh, yes, let them begin the begin. Make them play
winter, the people of Europe face widespread starvation. And this situation concerns every American, not only for humanitarian reasons, but to protect our own freedom. For if hunger brings on a collapse of the effort to build free governments abroad, our own security will be seriously threatened. So we can help protect the peace we fought so hard to win by sending Europe enough food now. But to do this, every American must cooperate with our government, and here's how. 1, eat no meat on Tuesday. 2, eat no poultry on Thursday. 3, save a slice of bread every day. 4, waste nothing. Clean your plate at every meal. Remember, your help is urgently needed. Save wheat, save meat, save the peace. Good night, everybody, and a special good night to all my old Navy shipmates who celebrate Navy Day this coming Monday.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that an interesting story of Dennis Day is appearing in the current issue of Movie Star Parade, now on sale. Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The beer that made Milwaukee famous presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. At this time of the year, academic responsibilities are pushed around by social obligations. And while great public issues wait for action, momentous personal decisions must be made. For instance, what gifts to buy for Aunt Edith and Cousin Ted. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, in common with most men, solves such major problems by leaving the Christmas shopping to his wife, Victoria, who at the moment comes in laden with packages.
Daddy, help! Whoops, quick!
Coming, darling, coming. Good heavens, where are you?
Oh, here I am, under Mrs. Merriweather's silver salver.
Oh, here.
Now, be careful, you better unload me by layers. Now, take off the top one first, but watch it. That's the Wellman's Lazy Susan.
I've got it. The Wellman's what?
Well, you know, it's a whirligig for nuts and pickles. I got them in one in Chartreuse.
A whirligig for Wellman. Nuts and pickles, yes.
Make a nice lyric for a song, don't you think? Let's save up our dimes and nickels and buy old pickle post some pickles. Let me sit down and get my breath. It was rough going at the Ivy department store today. I think it's really very intelligent of you to let me do the shopping, darling. A mere man could never survive it.
Yes, but just a few days ago, I did venture forth on a secret mission.
Oh, Toddy, something for me?
In an unguarded moment, I was swept into the whirlpool of shoppers, only to find that every woman in sight seemed to think I was the same size as her husband.
What?
Would you mind trying this hat on? He has a head like yours. And hold this shirt up a moment, please. I think you're about the same across the shoulders.
Oh, darling.
I began to feel my identity slipping, being so many women's husband.
Well, seeing what so many women would like their husbands to be. Did you find what you were looking for?
Well, I found a charming little porcelain figurine of an Arcadian shepherdess, which I thought you'd like.
For my dressing table, yes. But why did you tell me?
Because it turned out to be a receptacle for used razor blades. Vicky, I deplore the current trend toward gadgetry and gimcrackery. Everything must be made to look like something else. And then hollowed out so that it may be planted with some creeping greenery. Statuettes of the Venus de Milo with electric clocks set into her midriff. The graceful spinning wheels of our grandmothers tortured into magazine racks. French dolls into telephones. And lamps. Lamps! Is there any conceivable piece of household junk to which some demented decorator will not attach a plaster base, a frilly shade?
Well, a doorbell is still a doorbell, Toddy. And Louisa, who is still Louisa, will answer it.
That is probably just as well. I would have aroused myself to such a pitch of violence that I might have had the neighbors coming to your rescue.
I would like to speak to Dr. Hall.
Why, Professor Heaslip, come in.
Greetings, Skipper. Good afternoon, fair lady.
Hello, Professor.
I see the bounteous spirit of Christmastide has placed its tinsel fingers on the presidential hearth.
That's one way of putting it.
I beg your pardon, fair lady.
You haven't been to see us for some time, Professor. I hope that this is just a social visit and does not portend that evil has fallen upon the English department.
Skipper, I am happy to report that there is never anything portentous about my English department. As I like to tell my students in a moment of gaiety, be kind to English. Remember, it's your mother tongue.
That is very funny.
Oh, it was nothing, fair ladies. Well, now that we've dispensed with the pleasantries, may I come directly to the subject of my visit?
Well, of course.
A very delicate problem, Skipper. What do you propose to do about the old man?
Well, if you're speaking of Santa Claus, I shall do nothing about him except admire his stamina and wish him well.
I feel it my duty to inform you, Skipper, that Lucien Royce has come back.
Lucien Royce? Here at Ivy? Why, that's splendid news.
What, Professor Royce? Well, of course. Didn't you study under him here at Ivy?
Yes, he was one of Professor Heaslip's predecessors as head of the English department. Retired from Ivy about, 15 years ago and went to live in the south of France. I haven't heard from him since the war. I just assumed that he must be nearly 80 now.
Ah, yes, a sad spectacle, Skipper. Poor old man and his dotage, without purpose, helpless, and probably penniless.
I'm very sorry to hear this, Professor.
Have you spoken to him?
Alas, yes. He just stared at me without recognition. I shudder to think of his being exposed to the mockery of those who didn't know him in his flowering, such as you and I, Skipper. For such cases, there are comfortable rest homes, you know.
Yes, and there are uncomfortable suggestions. Do you know where he is living?
Ah, me. Poor old fellow seems to be living on a bench in front of Emerson Hall, just nodding and smiling and offering bits of candy to the students. Anyway, that is where he was when I passed by there just now.
I see. But before we dispose of Professor Royce, the least we might do is to welcome him back to Ivy.
Well, you're the skipper. It's your ship. However, I should be on guard lest sentiment overrule sound judgment in the matter. Oh, dear me, look at the time. I'm overdue at semantics. Good day, fair lady. Good day.
Goodbye, Professor Heaslip.
Now, why is he being so awful about Professor Royce?
Well, because Heaslip, for all his false-heartedness, is an insecure man. He's terribly afraid that Professor Royce may overshadow him, as well he might. Royce is, and will be at any age, a great human being. His mind reaches out to you, and you become his with a willing affection.
And all Heaslip was interested in was getting him out of the way. Ship him off to a home for the aged. Not while we have a spare bedroom.
Good for you, my darling. Exactly the way I feel. I'm far into Professor Royce's debt, and if he would permit me to repay it in shelter and encouragement, I would be most happy. I wonder how close Heaslip was to the real truth. I think I shall go and see.
Well, let me go with you, Toddy. He must be a fine man. And you know something? You've spoiled me for the other kind.
There he is, Vicky, sitting on the bench. So much smaller than I remember him.
Maybe the bigness you remember was inside of him. Toddy, I think he's asleep.
Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't disturb him. We can come back.
Wait, don't go. You're Bill Hall.
Professor Royce.
I saw you coming. I just closed my eyes a moment to remember the first time I ever saw you. When you registered for my English class. Won't you and your beautiful companion sit down? Here, let me brush the snow away.
I don't believe you ever met my wife, Victoria, Professor.
Wife? Oh, yes. Somebody did tell me. I don't remember who. Dear me. I never got around to sending my congratulations. I hope that you'll both accept them now, with the interest they've accumulated over the years.
Why, thank you, Professor Royce. Now, that makes me feel like a bride again, but not that I ever really stopped.
We're delighted to have you back, Professor. Only I wish you would let us know you were coming. I would like to have arranged a small get-together with some of your old friends.
That's kind of you, very kind, but I came back to have one more look at Ivy and to see if the reality of it is as green as my memories. You know, I sometimes forget what happened last Saturday, but I can remember the hour and the day when I received my first appointment to the faculty here, and that's decades ago. Tricky thing, memory.
Yes, and possibly the most precious of our possessions. A repository for the jewelry of our past, to which each of us has the single key.
You know, I don't recall whether it was at my Aunt Edith's house or my grandmother's, but there was a sampler on the wall that I've remembered since I was a child. It said, "Memory is the power to gather roses in winter."
Then I guess I have quite a large garden to take care of.
Well, I hope there's one bud with a ticket on it labeled, "Genus Freshman. Species, Bill Hall."
Oh, there is, my dear.
Yes.
I can see him much better as an undergraduate than later on when he joined the faculty.
Now tell me, Professor, what did William look like in those days?
Fresh. Oh, I mean, bright-eyed and spick and span. Never talked much, though.
Yeah, well, he got over that.
And he was pretty shy.
Was he?
Old Maggie Spencer. Remember her, Bill?
Oh, yes. Of course, she was my psychology teacher.
Well, she used to think you were kind of a problem. Never opened your mouth in class, but always turned in the best papers. I told her not to worry. When you untied your tongue, you'd be a spellbinder.
Oh, well, sometimes I think I've become more of a loose leaf binder. Filled with transient observations, assorted notes, and obsolete agenda.
I bet you don't remember when Maggie Spencer was first appointed to Ivy. A woman professor of psychology? It was heresy. Caused one of the biggest... say, Bill, what time is it?
Why, it's almost 5:15.
Oh, I've got to hurry or I'll miss my dinner.
Where are you staying, Professor?
I tried to get close to the campus, but, well, it's more practical. I'm at Mrs. Shea's boarding house. It's only a 15-minute walk. I've enjoyed this, Bill, and, what was your first name, my dear?
Victoria.
Lovely name for a lovely girl. Bill hasn't changed, Victoria. Still bright-eyed and spick and span. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Professor.
Oh, Toddy, he's so nice. He's like a teddy bear.
Vicky, remember what Charles Dickens said? Father Time is not always a hard parent, and though he tarries for none of his children, often lays his hand lightly on those who have used him well.
And Heathcliff wants to throw him on the ash heap. Well, I think we should have a nameplate put on this bench, just for him.
Yes, if anybody ever earned it.
Toddy, look, he's forgotten his umbrella. But we can still catch him.
No, darling. It won't help much if it snows again, and I don't think it's going to rain, and it provides us with a good pretext to go and see where and how he is living. I think we can return his umbrella without letting him know we are worried about his overhead.
Many years here at Ivy, I've come to the conclusion that professors are not all absent-minded. Some of them quite the contrary, like Professor Reynolds, dean of the law school, for example. Yesterday evening, I was hurrying around the corner of Emerson Hall when I bumped into the dean.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Dean Reynolds.
Hello, Ken. I hope you're not badly bruised.
Oh, not a bit, Dean. I should have been looking where I was going.
Well, so should I. I'm not often guilty of such wool gathering.
Oh, you're not an absent-minded professor, then.
Not today, anyway. No, today I'm a present-minded professor.
Present-minded?
Yes. I'm on my way to buy a case of presents. Christmas, you know.
A case of presents? Do I dare hope?
You do. Thank you. I always have a couple of cases of Schlitz beer on hand at Christmas. I find that several bottles to the mailman, the grocery man, and other faithful visitors not only gives them a little added cheer, but gives me a reputation for good taste, sound judgment, and as a legal expert, knowing when a case has real merit.
And I suppose it also helps to dispel the common belief that law is a dry business.
A good point, my boy, good point. As a matter of record, I believe Schlitz gave a sound precedent for good taste in 1849, 103 years ago, and has been confirming it ever since. With 24 character witnesses in every case, a double jury, you might say, bringing in a directed verdict of res ipsa loquita.
Will the court brief me a little on that? Res ipsa what?
Res ipsa loquita means the thing speaks for itself.
Oh, I see. And Schlitz definitely is the thing with people who like the taste of good beer. In fact, Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's first in sales in the USA.
I believe it. So, what do you say we clear the court, adjourn to my chambers, and sample the evidence?
Oh, gladly, sir. That's one bar examination I never refuse to take. Let's go.
That's around us here today.
Now to return to Ivy. It's the next day, and when Victoria Hall opens the door to Dr. Hall's study, she discovers an unexpected visitor.
Why, Mr. Merriweather, I didn't know you were here.
Miss Tate let me in, but up until this minute I didn't know why I came. But now that you're present, ma'am, I have the best of all reasons for being here.
Oh, Mr. Merriweather, you should be put up in bottles and given to all women to be taken once a day as a tonic.
Well, thank you, but I don't think my 1/16th Indian blood entitles me to be a medicine man. Say, do you know what your esteemed spouse wants to see me about? Said to get over here on the double. My words, not his. Not that I care, mind you. Any day that I can beat him to his own home and have a few cherished words with you is the day my caddy gets a $5 tip and never knows why.
I haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Merriweather. This was one of his mysterious mornings. He muttered through his orange juice and was thoughtful through his toast and left with a quotation from Antony and Cleopatra.
I know. No, it gives me a horrible sense of inferiority. All I can remember that's quotable is Humpty Dumpty or Little Boy Blue. I guess my heart goes where the mother goose goes. But what did Antony say to Cleo?
Well, he said, fare thee well, the elements be kind to thee, and make thy spirits all of comfort.
Ah, Shakespeare. What that man has done for the quotation mark. Well, hello, Bill.
Ah, Mr. Merriweather, Vicky.
Hello, darling. How are the elements? Kind to thee?
You didn't have to rush, you know. It's no particular hardship just standing around making highly proper advances to your wife.
Charles, if you did not admire my wife, I would begin to suspect your mental health. But I need your well-established sanity at the Board of Governors meeting this afternoon. I have a project in mind, and I've already won the reluctant approval of Mr. Maypole, our librarian.
Well, that's where you've been all the morning, the library, huh?
Yes, on behalf of Professor Royce.
Royce? Royce? Well, that's right. Somebody did mention seeing old Royce wandering around the campus. He did a lot for this college in his day. Is it true he's back?
Yes, he is. And while I know he'd resist any charitable gesture, I think he would look with favor upon the project I have in mind. Now, Charles, if you and I can swing it for the Board of Governors, then, Vicky, you and I can return the professor's umbrella this afternoon.
Well, we'll each carry one end of it.
And, Bill, don't worry about the Board of Governors. Clarence Wellman will be the opposition, naturally, as long as this is a humanitarian project, but we'll take care of him. And, Mrs. Hall, is it painful to have your ears pierced?
I don't know, Mr. Merriweather. Why?
Well, when you think how often we have to pin Clarence's ears back, you'd think he'd make it easy for himself.
Well, it was much easier than I thought, Vicky. As a matter of fact, the Board of Governors was quite enthusiastic.
What, even Mr. Wellman?
Mr. Wellman most of all. He said, tradition is a living thing at Ivy. Living, Dr. Hall. Symbolized in the sacred plant which clings to our hallowed walls. Walls, Dr. Hall.
Well, that's very good.
Thank you, darling. There was a tear in his eye, too.
It couldn't have been sentiment. He must have a cold. Yeah, do you want me to take the umbrella?
No, darling. I'll carry it. Reminds me of my romantic past.
Romantic? What, an umbrella?
Certainly, darling. An umbrella built for two should have been the romantic song hit of the 90s, not a bicycle.
Toddy, toddy, give me your answer, do.
Well, my answer is that the curls blowing round a lady's neck can be undoubtedly devastating when viewed from the back seat of a tandem, but give me the umbrella snuggle all the time.
No, not all the time. I won't unless I'm the girl.
But the professor's umbrella reminds me of that lovely walk we had in the New Forest in England. Remember?
Yes. It was before we were engaged.
Well, I was engaged.
Well, I was on the brink, shivering happily.
Yes, and I said, come on in, the water's fine. Yes. Anyway, that day in the New Forest, we'd finished our picnic, and we had reached this spot where...
We'd better hurry, William. It looks like rain, and we've only one umbrella. And, but you had one, too, when we met this morning at Waterloo Station. Where did it go?
When I left you to get the tickets, darling, I saw an old lady without an umbrella. So I said, ma'am, it's going to rain. Take this. And she said, thank you, young man, but what about you? So I said, madam, we have one. That is all we need.
Oh, William, now that was sweet and thoughtful.
Oh, dear, no. It was selfish, scheming, and conniving. And I've been praying for rain ever since.
Oh, well, don't give up, darling.
I'll never give up. But, where are we?
Well, lost, I think, in the New Forest.
Wonderful. Nothing in sight but the greenwood, beech and oak, gorse and bracken, Robin Hood and his merry men.
No, that was Sherwood Forest.
Oh, yes.
But this one casts a spell, too, doesn't it? And it hasn't changed at all since the days of William the Conqueror when he made it all a game preserve.
Good old Bill. Preserving it all these years just for you and me. From William to William with fondest regards. And take good care of Victoria.
Oh, I'm sure he had us in mind all the time. But you know, some very frightening things have happened here. William Rufus was killed here. He was shot by an arrow.
Those ill-fated Williams. Destined to be pierced with arrows. And now, history repeats Here is William Hall, mortally stricken with one of Cupid's sharpest darts.
Mortally?
Yes. I shall never recover, darling. Victoria, stop a moment and listen. Not a sound. What these old woods have seen and heard. What secrets the trees must whisper to each other. And I have one more secret for them.
Oh, just pretend I'm an oak tree and tell me too.
Very well. I love Victoria. And that's the first time I ever kissed an oak tree.
Oh, you know, each time I come here, William, I love it more. But never more than this time.
Victoria. Oh, the New Forest, where love and history hold hands, haunted with memories. If we listen carefully, we may hear the horn of a huntsman, the whistle of an arrow.
Or the cry of a falcon. Listen. Oh, what's that?
Well, that was an arrow. Where is it? Did you see it?
We'll never see it. You said yourself the place was haunted.
Someone singing.
A lost troubadour, do you suppose?
Oh, it may be. Perhaps it's coming from some cottage nearby where they may give us a tankard of ale or a posset of mead.
Mead, yes. They still drink it in these parts. It's made with lemon, honey, cowslip, and sweet briar. But listen, he's coming closer.
And that is the flower for me. I oftentimes have plucked that red rosebud till I gain it.
Victoria, where was he? I didn't see him, did you? Where did he go?
I think he went the way of the arrow, William. We won't see him.
Oh, what wonderful things happen to you and me.
Don't they? It must be.
Love, my dear. Let's put up the umbrella. In a haunted forest, it's the only privacy we can expect.
The sun is breaking through.
I know it is, darling, but let's put up the umbrella.
But darling! Why are you opening the umbrella? The sun's shining. Where are you?
In the New Forest, listening to a troubadour.
But darling, we're at Mrs. Shea's. Mrs. Shea's boarding house.
Mrs. Shea's boarding house? Oh, of course, yes. But that's no reason to lose the opportunity for one more umbrella snuggle.
Oh, darling.
Well, I've been carrying that old umbrella around for years, and now I've finally seen a good use for it.
Oh, Professor Royce. We were just coming to see you.
Yeah, I hope you weren't worried about your umbrella.
No, not at all. I'm always leaving it someplace. But it always comes back. And sometimes with the most charming people attached to it.
Were you going anywhere in particular, Professor? Are we keeping you?
No. I stopped going anywhere in particular a long time ago.
Well, then I have something to discuss with you. The Board of Governors has endorsed a new project to be called the Annals of Ivy. I've been eager to get this started, but I've had some difficulty in finding a suitable person to write the initial volume.
Yeah, Professor, you have no idea what a relief it was to William when he discovered you were here. Well, you solved his problem.
I have?
If you could find the time, Professor, we'd be very grateful. Naturally, there's a modest, but I hope satisfactory subsidy.
You'd pay me for daydreaming?
Well, there'd be some research. As a matter of fact, there's a good deal of work involved.
And a good deal of life. You see, Ivy was my life.
That's it, exactly, Professor. Now, we'd like your kind of personal approach. Oh, perhaps we could call it the autobiography of a college. And the first volumes could be Birth, Childhood, and Youth of Ivy. And we could... But let's discuss it over dinner. Have you dined yet?
Well, no, I haven't.
Well, then why don't you join us? We'll find a quiet place in town, somewhere where I know. Mrs. Dodds,
Oh, Lady Dodd. We used to say dine and die at Dodd's. Poor Mrs. Dodd, we gave her a bad time. Oh, yes, Bill, yes, thank you very much. I'd be delighted.
Oh, wait a minute, Professor. You've forgotten your umbrella again.
No, I didn't forget it. But there's not room for 3 of us under it.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Good night from all of us.
And from our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Merriweather is played by Gail Gordon. Professor Heaslip was Alan Reed, and Professor Royce was William Johnstone. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Milton Merlin, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy on television the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars with Helen Hayes, Margaret Sullivan, Ronald Reagan, and more of the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away, to the hallowed halls of Ivy. Every voice will bid farewell, and
the preceding was transcribed.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Bea Benaderet, Joe Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
One of the biggest foreign stars to sweep the country these days is James Mason. When a James Mason picture is showing, everybody drops their tea and crumpets and runs to the movies. And so it is in Mel Blanc's little town. The local movie house is crowded, and in the orchestra we hear Sally Brown saying to Joe Howard,
"Oh, Joe, when he said to her, 'You have the most adorable lips in the world,' did that make you think of anything?"
I wanted to kiss you, of course.
And in the loges, Shirley Davis says to Jerry Cooper,
"Jerry, when he said, 'Darling, I could hold you in my arms forever,' did that make you think of anything?"
I thought of holding you in my arms, naturally.
And in the balcony, where Mel Blanc has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Mel, when he said, darling, how I've hungered for you. Oh, I could eat you up alive. Did that make you think of anything?
It sure did, Betty. I'm going to get another bag of popcorn.
Well, romantic Mel got his popcorn, Betty got bored, and now we find them leaving the movie.
Oh, gosh, that was wonderful. Mel, what did you like best about the movie tonight?
Getting in before the prices changed?
No, I mean James Mason. Oh, what a lover. Did you see the way he hit Ann Todd with his cane? Oh, that's real love.
What kind of love is that? All he does is beat women. He hits them all the time.
He only makes $100,000 a year.
Probably gets paid by the lump. Why should he want to act in pictures? He can retire and sell Band-Aids.
You're just jealous.
Oh, those English movies. Everybody's so nonchalant. The hero comes in and says to his wife, "Darling, I've just shot your mother and father. Would you care for a cup of tea?" And she says, "With cream, please. Are they dead?" And he says, "Quite." And she says, "What else is new?"
You're exaggerating.
Oh, I am not. Betty, if you want to see some real English acting, wait until you see me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm playing a lover just like James Mason in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes. And she's putting it on tomorrow for her favorite charity. That's when you'll really see.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mel. I'll bet you took Betty to the movies tonight.
Yeah. How did you know, Mr. Colby?
Well, before Betty left the house, she asked me for 50 cents.
Only 50 cents? Betty, where did you get the other 50 cents from me?
Oh, you nincompoop.
Oh, careful how you talk to me, Mr. Colby. I'm going to be famous. Tomorrow night, I'm acting in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes' charity.
You mean that silly banker Grimes' wife is going to put on a play you wrote?
Yes, and when the people see how much better I am than James Mason, I'm sure to get some offers from Hollywood. Who knows? After tomorrow's show, I may be working for Paramount.
No.
Sounds like you're working for MGM.
Listen, Mel, if you so much as get one Hollywood offer, I'll let you marry Betty. How's that?
Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Colby. Thanks.
He thinks he's really going to get an offer. Come along, Betty. I don't want you to be seen walking along the street with a moron.
Well, if you take the back alleys, Mr. Colby, nobody will notice.
What? Oh, come along, Betty.
Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. So I won't get an offer, huh? What's so tough about acting like James Mason?
Emily, dear, where have you been?
All you need is an English accent and indigestion. I think I'll walk back to my fix-it shop.
Oh, Melvin.
Oh, it's Mrs. Grimes herself. Hello, Mrs. Grimes. Say, how's the play coming? You look excited about something.
Oh, I am, Melvin. I feel as though I was soaring on fleecy clouds. My feathers ruffled in the breeze, my wings spreading. Ooh, I'm a bird.
Well, pull up a statue and sit down. Tell me, what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm so happy I could burst into song. Oh, and I'm calling you.
With calls like that, no wonder there's a telephone strike.
Your answer true.
If I ever gave her a true answer, she'd shoot herself.
Melvin, stop interrupting. I'm singing the Indian love call.
The Indian love call? No wonder they're a vanishing race. Say, Mrs. Grimes, what are you so excited about?
Oh, Melvin, I have the most wonderful news. James Mason himself is coming to act in your play tomorrow night.
James Mason? But what about me? I didn't write a play for him.
Oh, Melvin, don't be ridiculous. You can't compare yourself with James Mason. But don't worry. I've written a part for you. You're going to be a Chinese detective.
Chinese detective?
Mm-hmm. Well, Melvin, I must be off.
You're not kidding.
I'm calling you.
How do you like that, a Chinese detective? Well, I'll have to be so good I'll still get a Hollywood offer and marry Betty. Let's see, James Mason.
To be or not to be, whether 'tis nobler...
No, that's no good. Got to start practicing my new part.
Oh, too ticky or not too ticky? Whether 'tis nobler to wash your laundry or make it shirty. Oh, whatever.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate's tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and listen to the Mockingbird.
I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, for the thought of her is one that never dies.
She's sleeping in the valley, the valley, the valley.
She's sleeping in the valley, and the mockingbird is singing where she lies. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird still singing o'er her grave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. Still singing where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to that bird. He's a singing and a mocking and a reeling and a rocking o'er her grave. Mocking of the mockingbird. He's a singing and a mocking where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the singing and the mocking and the reeling and the rocking of the mockingbird. Dreaming now of sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie, she's sleeping in the mockingbird is singing for her grave. The mockingbird.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Poor Mel is a very disappointed lad. He was to have acted the leading role in a play he wrote for Mrs. Grimes' favorite charity, but she secured the services of James Mason. Now Mel's dreams of Hollywood fame are shattered. And to add to Mel Blanc's misery, who should come along into his fix-it shop but the town beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Hot, isn't it?
Naturally, with thousands of women carrying the torch for great big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, boy, I'm so divine every inch, I could give myself a pinch.
Hardly the way you talk, you'd think every woman in the country was nuts about you.
Form your own conclusion, Mel, but I'm the only man in the country who was given a lifetime membership in the YWCA.
Oh, Hartley, you and your stories. You're not such a big man with the women.
Oh, no. A botanist at Harvard recently reported that the birds and the bees tell their children about me. So you see, Mel, I'm essential to every young bird.
So are worms.
Oh, that does it. Oh, you exasperate me. In fact, I'm so I could parade. It makes me very happy to deliver this message. Mrs. Grimes has been unable to obtain James Mason, and your play is off.
What?
I shall be going. I'm so pretty to see, I shall whistle at me. Hello, boy. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only person in the world who has a marriage license with his name signed in both places. Gosh, no play. I'm ruined.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great and loyal zebra. How is your fellow voyager on the sea of matrimony?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is irrigation ditch. Perhaps she's more of a cross between a water pump and a ditch. Sort of a witch.
But a witch is someone who flies around in the dead of night on an old broom.
Mel, have you ever noticed that our broom has a bicycle seat on it?
Well, if you feel like that, how come you married your wife in the first place?
Mel, it was the third place. I escaped from the first two.
Oh, come now.
All right, Mel, you're right. I'm making things up. When I first married my wife, she had the complexion of a budding rose.
And now?
Withered soup green. Mine was a California wedding, Mel. There I stood under the orange blossoms, marrying the smudge pot. I should have known I was condemned.
Well, how come?
Well, the night before the wedding, her father said I could have anything I wanted to eat. What a woman. Another day I was in the kitchen cooking a seafood dinner. My wife looked at the pot of boiling water and she said, "Come on, John, don't just stand there. Throw in the old crab." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, think how badly I feel, mighty potentate. Mrs. Grimes is calling off my play because she can't get James Mason.
Mel, I heard about that, but why should you be worried? Why don't you impersonate him?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? How come you thought of the idea of impersonating a man who beats up women?
Mel, you're speaking of my lifelong ambition. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Smash Up, or I can go home and look at the wreck I married to. So long, Mel.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea you gave me. I'll play the James Mason part and the Chinese detective. I'd better send Zuki over to tell Mrs. Grimes before she does anything else. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
But, Zuki, do you think Mel is good enough to impersonate James Mason?
Sure, Mrs. Sure, Toots. Mel is just as handsome. He's just as handsome. He's as good good. He's as attracted to. Well, they both wear pants.
Well, do you think I should give Mel a chance?
Oh, you won't regret it, Mrs. Grimes. When Mel comes out for the final curtain, they'll give him an Oscar. They'll give him an Academy Award. They'll give him a special. They'll give him. Has anybody got a ripe tomato?
Now, Zuki, this is a serious matter. I want you to say, Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Okay. Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Why, Zuki!
Oh, what I said!
Ladies and gentlemen and friends, as you know, Mel Blanc has written a play for our charity. Tonight he's going to play the part of James Mason and the Chinese detective. So, it is with pleasure that we now present Mel's mystery play entitled Murder During the Music Lesson, or Who Shot the Soprano in the Middle of Her Repertoire? I feel he doesn't love me anymore. We're drifting apart. He hasn't given me a concussion all week. There he is. Oh, James, there you are. My arms have been waiting for you. My lips have been waiting for you. Speak to me. Speak. Speak.
Leave me, cornucopia. Stop groveling at my feet.
Oh, but I love you.
Oh, stop it. You're spoiling my shine.
James, where were you last night?
What's the use of pretending?
You mean...
Yes, I was out beating another woman.
Well, I still love you. My heart is with you wherever you go. When you go to work, I'm with you. When you go hunting, I'm with you. When you go for a walk, I'm with you.
Well, I'm going to the Turkish bath tonight. Top that. Cornucopia, forget me. Marriage is out of the question. I don't want to be tied down to any one woman.
Oh, but my mother is giving me a dowry of $1 million.
Get the rope.
Oh, I'm so happy. My beloved, shower me with kisses. Shower me. Shower me.
Come now, don't you think you're old enough to take your own shower?
Oh, I'm so happy. I shall ring the butler for some tea.
You ring, madam.
Yes, bring some tea. You know, James, I have a feeling of doom.
So have I. So have I. Oh, stop it already.
Madam.
Yes, Beddoes.
A terrible tragedy has occurred. Your mother has been shot. Tea is served.
Oh, this is terrible. Burroughs, send for Charlie Chan, the detective. And Burroughs?
Yes, madam.
Make mine with lemon.
Madam, the detective. Watch for the day, the 7th of May. Oh, me come a laddie way, a chop chop.
Tell me, are you Charlie Chan?
Oh, no, he can't come. Me, Charlie Chan's brother, Charlie Horse. Chop, 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 chop. What's up, Doc?
My mother has been shot. Care for some tea?
Yes. Sugar? 1 lump. Crumpet? 1 crump. Most unusual case I ever seen. Lady dead 2 hours, apartment not rented yet. Remind me of mystery radio program, the one about Leo DeRosa.
Mystery radio program about Leo DeRosa? What's that?
Suspended. That's a very cute joke, very clever, timely. Yeah. No. Bring in a butler. Where's a butler? Butler! Sure I am, sir. Oh, butler, where was you on night of May 12th, 1950? But 1950 isn't sure yet. Very weak alibi. Did you see lady shot? No, I couldn't. The gun I was shooting was in front of my eyes. Oh, front of your eyes. That clears you then. Thank you, sir. Yeah, but bring in Sir James. And no one get away from Charlie Horse. And last week me capture Frenchie, the killer. Him got chair. Yeah, Frenchie Fry. Sir James, I wish to interrogate you.
Lost you, no one can interrogate me.
Oh, me no like you. As honorable ancestors say to cross-eyed monsieur, you rub me wrong way. Well, I beastly, very sorry. So chong.
Nelson, you're getting confused.
Oh, yeah, confused, you see. Him say pip, pip. On top of them. Chopped.
Nelson.
Oh, very sorry, Opie, I losing my place. I got all mixy up.
Now, that silly play certainly taught you one thing. You're a terrible writer.
And even worse as an actor.
You can say that again.
You're a terrible writer.
And even worse
All right. I'll stay in my fix-it shop. I don't want to be an actor. I can't do impersonations. I'll forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you've come to your senses, Mel. And to celebrate, I'll take you both to the movies. They're showing a wonderful Peter Lorre picture.
Peter Lorre? What do you want to go and see him for? I do a much better job. Listen to this.
I went to the morgue and a corpse in back of me fell down on me. But I didn't mind. It was just a friendly slab on the back.
Oh, Mel Blanc!
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. Franklin P. Adams, star of Information, Please. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, March may come in like a lion and March may go out like a lamb. But a certain radio comedian comes in like an actor and goes out like a ham. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, thank you for that hammy introduction. You know, don't take bows. Your glasses slip down your nose and you look awful when you bow. You know. You ought to de-oil your pores. I mean, take that from a friend. But thank you for that hammy introduction. It's about time we had a ham on this program to go with those eggs you lay around here. You're the only announcer I know who should live in a nest, really. Give up that apartment and take a nest. But you're right, Jimmy. March certainly did come in like a lion. Snow, sleet, cold, ice.
Oh, this freezing weather's too much for me, Fred. I'm going back to sunny Hollywood.
Sunny Hollywood?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard Bob Hope's program lately?
I know.
Oh, I always tune in on Bob to get the weather report. Why, it's been raining in Hollywood for weeks, Jimmy. You know, it rained so much out there that Vine Street has grown 4 blocks longer. And grapes of wrath sprouted 2 more bunches at a matinee last Saturday. But sunny California, soggy California, you mean?
Well, I'm going someplace where it's hot. Where can I go?
You know where you can go.
Where?
And while Mr. Wallington is working on the answer to this $64 question, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Hollywood, California. Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences makes its annual awards for outstanding achievements in the cinema industry for 1940. Ginger Rogers, receiving award for her role in Kitty Foyle, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life.
James Stewart, voted outstanding male star for his work in the Philadelphia Story, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Cecil Salvin, an extra who didn't win an award, but who found $4 on the floor when the banquet was over, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Anyone caring to write Cecil Salvin may reach him care of Oxygen Tent Number 2 at any hospital. Texaco News, ignoring Academy selections, makes its own awards to little-known mugs who contributed practically nothing to the advancement of the motion picture industry during the past year. A Texaco Award goes to the man who broke the Hollywood record for completing a featured picture in record time during 1940. Professor Fonstock Crest. What company are you with, Fonstock?
Whippet Productions.
Whippet Productions?
Yeah, it's a quickie studio. We make pictures so fast they lap over.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, if a director ain't off of the set the minute his picture is finished, he's in the first reel of the next picture.
Well, tell me, Fonstock, what is the fastest picture you have ever made?
Souls Akimbo, a 9-reeler.
Well, how long did Souls Akimbo take you?
Well, at 8 o'clock this morning, I'm pacing the bare rug in my office. The phone rings.
Yeah?
It's some guy with a crockery store. He's stuck with a lot of dishes, so he needs a picture to get rid of them.
This was at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, we was cast and in production at 9. The picture's finished and down in the tailor shop being cut before noon.
Really?
We preview it during lunch in the commissary.
And?
At 2 o'clock this afternoon, 800 people in that guy's crockery store were hissing another Whippet production.
Well, that's some speed, isn't it? Well, tell me, is the picture finished? Is it through now?
Oh, no, it opens again tomorrow as a revival.
Oh, it does. Well, I'm sure critics will give it 4 shooting stars, and thank you, producer Fonstock Crest. A Texaco Award for all-around incompetence goes to Murdoch Nub. Now, you weren't cited by the Academy, were you, Murdoch?
The Academy? Ha ha, I'm laughing.
Well, you don't agree with the Academy selections?
Who is this Prentice Sturgeon they're raving about?
Preston Sturgis? Why, he's the famous author, director, producer at Paramount.
All right, so does that compare him with me? I'm Murdoch Nub, don't forget.
But you...
I, Murdoch Nub, was the first combination actor, author, producer, director, yes-man, stool pigeon, and errand boy in Hollywood.
You were all of these things?
I alone.
Well, I've never seen...
Who wrote the novel Up Satan's Alley? I alone.
Well, I didn't...
Who wrote the screen adaptation of the novel? I alone.
Well, I never...
Who produced the picture? I alone.
Well, you did...
Who directed the picture? I alone. Who acted both leading parts?
Well,
I alone. After 7 years in production, when the picture come out, who went to see Up Satan's Alley?
You mean...
I alone.
That's fame, isn't it?
And they're raving about this Prentice Sturgeon. What about Murdoch Nub?
Well, who ever heard of Murdoch Nub?
I alone.
Well, that completes your cycle, and thank you, actor, author, producer, and pest, Murdoch Nub. A Texaco Award for the most embarrassing moment on a picture set goes to Miss Faye LaFontaine. You all know her from her recent pictures, I'm sure. You work in pictures, do you, Faye?
Only in Technicolor.
Well, in Technicolor. Well, what is it you do in Technicolor, Faye?
I used to be an emergency blusher.
An emergency blusher?
Yeah, in Technicolor, when a girl blushes, the blush is supposed to show in the picture.
Oh, I see.
But in Hollywood, most actresses is either wild-wise or anemic. They can't blush.
And that's where you come in.
Yeah, if the director wants a blush and the femme lead can't blush, I jump in and blush for her.
Well, how do you manage to blush by appointment and at will, Faye?
By manipulating me veins.
Oh, you manipulate...
Yeah, I wear loose foundation garments and manipulate me veins.
Oh. Well, what caused your award-winning embarrassing moment?
A sarong was my undoing.
A sarong?
Yeah, it's for a big jungle picture, Road to Hepzibah.
Oh, Road to Hepzibah.
The director wants a rush blush, but I gotta wear a sarong.
I see. Well, what happened?
Well, I put on
down the sarong, I take a gander at myself in the dressing room, I start to blush.
Yeah?
I'm blushing all the way across the lot.
Oh, you poor thing.
I get on the set, I'm still blushing.
Uh-huh.
The camera starts grinding, director yells blush. I manipulate me veins, I'm a dud.
You mean?
I'm all blushed out, me veins won't manipulate.
Your movie career is ended?
Yeah. I took 2 transfusions and tried to get back in, but you know Hollywood.
Oh, do I know Hollywood? Well, what are you doing today?
I'm doing my specialty in a movie theater on 7th Avenue.
Oh, at the Roxy?
Yeah, I'm a Roxy blusher.
Well, congratulations on your marvelous comeback and week finish, Miss Fody LaFontaine. The movie fan who got into the most trouble through being loyal to his screen idol was Barclay Dell. What is your favorite, or who, rather, is your favorite movie star, Barclay?
Bela Lugosi.
Really?
I ain't missed a Bela Lugosi picture for 10 years.
You admire Mr. Lugosi's acting so greatly?
Oh, it ain't his acting.
Well, then, what has made you such an ardent? Coping with a man like you upsets the other party. You know that. What nature has done to you, you could sue. Tell me, Barclay, tell me, what has made you such an ardent Lugosi fan?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, nature put a big wart on my Adam's apple.
Oh, a wart?
Yeah, it's right here under my collar button.
No kidding.
Yeah. When I put on my collar, the collar button presses against the wart presses against me Adam's apple. It's agony.
What's that got to do with Bela Lugosi?
Well, the only pleasure I had for 10 years I owe to Bela Lugosi.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I go into the theater, my collar button is always pressing against the wart. The wart is pressing against me Adam's apple. I'm in agony.
Yeah?
Then Bela Lugosi comes on the screen.
Yes?
My flesh starts to creep.
Yes?
The wart creeps up over me collar. I can't explain the feeling. It's utopia.
When the picture is over?
The wart creeps back down. The collar button starts pressing. I'm in agony again.
Until the next Bela Lugosi picture comes out.
They can't make 'em too fast for me. Boy, I'm sure gonna miss old Bela.
Miss him?
Yeah.
Why, he's still making pictures.
But I ain't gonna see him.
Why not?
Well, yesterday, I hear a new Bela Lugosi picture is opening up on 8th Avenue.
Uh-huh.
The name is Mayhem in Paradise.
Really?
Yeah. I figure I'll go over and get my wart out from under for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Give your wart a good time.
Yeah.
And you went over to the theater?
Yeah, sure. There's a big line around the block. I get in line. The water's killing me.
The line kept moving up?
Yeah. Finally, I'm pushed up a flight of stairs. That's all, brother.
The line didn't lead to the theater?
It went into a recruiting office.
And instead of seeing Bela Lugosi...
I'm seeing Fort Dix in the morning.
Congratulations and thank you, Barclay Dell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn from the Academy Awards to our choice for a vocal award. And our candidate is Kenny Baker. And Kenny sings for us now on Wings of Song.
On wings of song I will take thee. In dreams, my love, we will go. To a home I have made thee, where Ganges waters flow. Our garden is brightly shining beneath the moon so clear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their sister dear. liking that fate has blessed us with such a lovely dream, with such a lovely dream.
Thank you very much. That was...
Pardon me, can you take me next?
Take you, friend?
Yeah, I want a flannel house coat, size 18, cerise, with puffed shoulders.
A flannel house coat?
Yeah, ain't this the program where they give you anything you want to make your dream come true?
Oh. No, if you're asleep, you better wake up, brother. You're on the wrong program.
Gee, am I a dud?
Well, you certainly look like one in a flannel house coat, size 18.
Oh, I don't want it for me. It's for my wife, Gertie.
Oh, your wife?
Yeah, you see, every morning when I start off to work, Gertie comes out on the front porch in a wrapper to wave goodbye.
Uh-huh.
By the time I get the car started these cold mornings, Gertie's just a mess of goose pimples. See, I want a flannel house coat, size 18.
Look, now, wait, just a second. Look, you don't need a flannel house coat for your wife. What you need is fire chief for your car. You see, then you'll get quick starts, and Gertie won't get those goose pimples. Now, for further detail, just lend a good ear here to Jimmy Wallington.
If there's one time when duds, those useless low-action elements in gasoline, show their true colors, it's when you want a quick start on a cold day. For those deadly duds fail to vaporize in the carburetor. Hold back the power of those few ounces of chilled gasoline and have a big enough job to do without having duds make it harder. The result? You don't start fast. Your battery suffers and you waste fuel. But remember, there are no duds in Fire Chief. In Fire Chief, you're getting only the fast action elements that vaporize instantly, give flashing starts, quick pickups. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
has just consummated the barcarolle from the Tales of Hoffman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise.
Mr. Allen!
No, not now, Portland. Look, we have a very important guest tonight. Now, I want you and Kenny and Mr. Goodman to be on your toes.
Oh, I'll tell him. Kenny! Mr. Goodman!
Yes, Porty? Goodman is present.
Now, look, listen, all three of you. Our guest tonight is an intellectual, a grammar perfectionist, and a fanatic on pronunciation. Now, I want you all to be very careful. If I happen to introduce you, no faux pas.
Faux pas? This is English?
Yes. I mean, no grammatical indiscretions. Watch your diction.
Who is this guy, Mr. Allen?
He's FPA.
FPA? That's a project, ain't it? SHA is a project. FPA is with John Edgar Hoover, ain't he?
FBI, Mr. Goodman, ain't it?
Now, wait a minute. Stop saying ain't. For heaven's sake, don't say ain't. They tell me that when FPA hears people say ain't, he swoons.
But who is FPA? F.A.?
He's Mr. Franklin P. Adams, Kenny, the celebrated newspaper columnist, wit, the author of many books, and to radio listeners, he is best known as the man who plays right field on Information Please.
This is only one man?
Yes, one man. Now, break it up, and don't forget, when you meet Mr. Adams, put on the dog grammatically. We want to make a good impression.
And no ain't.
No ain't's above all things. Now, beat it, everybody. I'm going to introduce him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Good evening, Mr. Fred P. Allen.
It is stimulating to hail a fellow so well met as you, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
It is equally stimulating to say, do we have to be this formal?
No, not necessarily. We were afraid you might be a stuffed shirt, and we just wanted to make you feel at home.
I ain't a stuffed shirt, Mr. Allen, confidentially.
You're not?
No, I ain't.
Something is wrong here. We've got the wrong Adams or something with those ain'ts. Are you sure you're the Mr. Adams?
You ain't kidding, brother.
Well, it's certainly nice of you to take a sabbatical from Information Please and embark on this mental slumming tour tonight. Now, Mr. Adams, my little company must impress you as being mentally unkempt and teetering on the subnormal.
Oh, I don't know. That fella Goodman looks like an intelligent type.
Well, we don't keep him on a leash, if that's what you mean. Say, you haven't met our little group, have you?
Don't bother, Fred. I know quite a few people. I don't want to overdo it.
Oh, what's the difference? So you'll sink a little lower socially.
You mean I ain't touched bottom?
Not yet. But something tells me you will before this evening is over. Now, folks, Portland, this is Mr. Adams.
Glad to know you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Portland. That's the first kind word I've heard tonight.
Kenny, this is Mr. Adams.
How smart are you, Mr. Adams? 2 and 2 is 4. That's good enough for me.
Kenny.
Gee whiz, he's a whiz, F.A.
And, Mr. Well, that's only one man's opinion, after all. Mr. Adams, this is Mr. Goodman.
A pleasure, Mr. Goodman. Thank you. What is Shakespeare doing these days? He's still with the same people. He's got no ambition. I thought Shakespeare was going places.
Maestro.
You are saying talk intelligent.
But you're overdoing it, Maestro. Well, now that you know our gang, Mr. Adams, let's get on with our interview. Now, let me see. What can we talk about?
I don't know. How about just ad-libbing until we hit something good?
Well, that's a little risky, isn't it?
Not for me.
It's easy for you guys on Information Please. You can get out of a conversational hole with a quotation from Shelley or an old used bird call. But on a program like this, we have to have scripts.
You mean otherwise people wouldn't think radio comedians could read?
In a certain case on the West Coast, that is the purpose, yes. You can use a script tonight, can't you?
If you don't mind, Fred, I prefer to be unrehearsed and, what is it? Spontaneous.
Oh, you found You want to be unrehearsed and spontaneous.
It says here.
Well, all right. Now, about our interview, what is your story, Mr. Adams?
Well, I was born.
Yes.
And I lived.
Yes.
And here I am.
Well, I know, but what happened in between?
Everything went black.
Well, for a man who has been working in the dark so many years, you certainly have accomplished a great many things.
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
You mean you'd rather not mention that you write a column on the Brooklyn Eagle?
The New York Post.
Well, wouldn't you like to say you've been writing a daily column since 1904?
1903.
Don't you want it known that you are a celebrated writer of lyric poetry?
No, it's light verse.
But years ago you did write a musical comedy with Mark Twain.
Practically, it was O. Henry.
Now, look, Mr. Adams, won't you please admit that you're on the air every Friday with that popular radio show, The National Bond Dance?
No, sir, that's information, please.
Well, all right. If I'm getting everything wrong, why don't you tell your story your own way?
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
Well, I know, but there must be something you'll talk about.
Yes, there is, Fred. I've got a pair of pet peeves, and I've written about them for years.
What are they?
Well, I've agitated against double parking in New York streets.
And as a result of your crusade?
Today we got triple parking.
Well, congratulations. Now, and your other peeve?
I've been campaigning for visible numbering on houses and buildings in New York.
And?
Today you can't find the numbers and half of the houses are gone.
Well, so much for your dynamic crusading. Now about information, please. How did you amass the vast knowledge you dispense on your program? In other words, Mr. Adams, how did you become so smart?
I started as a moron and worked my way up.
I see. Well, with your strenuous routine, what do you do for relaxation?
I play tennis.
Oh, you do, really? Do you play an exciting game of tennis?
Well, I've been playing tennis for 40 years, and I've never beaten a healthy man yet.
Confidentially, Mr. Adams, do you imbibe?
Is that an invitation?
No. No, that
What point is there in answering?
Well, I haven't seen a point on the whole page here. You've got something there.
Well, that isn't an invitation.
Well, now that you've sampled our hospitality, Mr. Adams, I'm going to tell you why I asked you over tonight.
You didn't ask me just for myself?
No, I didn't. I had an ulterior motive. Now, you have a column in the New York Post.
Yes, sir.
And in this column, you frequently run poems sent in by contributors.
Frequently?
Well, I have written a tone poem.
You haven't the poem with you, I hope.
Fortunately, I have. Would you like to have me read it to you?
No, but something tells me you will.
That is correct. Absolutely correct.
All right, if I'm in for it, what is this tone poem called?
Tone.
Read on.
Tone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is not the tone of the slide trombone, nor the saxophone or the bagpipes drone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is the moan of the hormone when the hormone moans. When the hormone moans in any key, I am transported with ecstasy, for the hormone moans in harmony.
Is that the end?
Yes.
It's hard to tell with a poem like that.
Yes. You can end it any place, really. I mean, it should... well, what do you say, Mr. Adams?
I'll run your poem on one condition, Fred.
And that is?
I got to have a 10-yard head start, and I ain't kidding.
Oh, you ain't? Well, wait till I get on information, please, again.
I can wait. Good night.
Good night, and thank you for this pleasant little visit. The Martins tear themselves away from the bosom of their fan club just long enough to sing Young Man with a Horn.
the straw that breaks your back. Lord only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man, born his heart. He's that young man with the horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes. The horns will never play, but still he keeps on sending. Out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being sung, just like a life that's been ripped apart, from right down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man, born his heart.
Say, Jimmy.
Yes, friend?
Say, Jimmy, I have been admiring that handkerchief in your breast pocket there all evening. It's the neatest shade of beige I've ever seen.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Fred.
Yes, it's quite a contrast to the Kleenex you usually carry. Say, let me see that handkerchief, would you, Jimmy?
Oh, don't touch it, Fred. Don't pull it up. Oh, shucks, you had to go and do it.
Well, look at this. Why, this isn't beige at all, Jimmy. It's just plain white cotton scorched. Look at that figure.
Yeah, I know. That's what I get for trying to do my own ironing.
Jimmy, you do your own laundry, too?
No, Fred. You see, the way this happened, I was dressing this morning, and I noticed that my outside handkerchief looked like it had been slept in.
Well, they do get that way after 8 or 9 weeks, you know that.
So I thought, why not slap it on the ironing board and smooth it out? And just as I was starting, the phone rang.
You went to answer it and left the iron on.
That's right. And then all at once I saw chambray smoke.
Well, let that be a lesson to you, Jimmy. Hereafter, send your handkerchiefs out.
Yes, there's a lesson for all of us there, Fred. Smoke from the ironing board is like smoke from the exhaust of an automobile. Both mean trouble. For when you see smoke spouting from the exhaust of the other fellow's car, the chances are it's due to excessive engine wear that takes a costly repair job to cure. Heed the warning before your car smokes. See to it that your engine gets the protection of an oil that is insulated to resist both heat and cold. An oil that is also distilled to remove natural impurities. From now on, use insulated Haviland and safeguard your engine from 3 sources of wear of which smoke is a symptom: heat, cold, and carbon-forming impurities. Beware of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Don't the Moon Look Pretty, played by Al Goodman and his famous orchestra. And now, say, Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Will you tell Kenny that it's almost time?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, 1,200 Texaco dealers from the Southern Territory are assembled in convention at the George Washington Hotel in Jacksonville, Florida. In exactly 3 minutes, they will interrupt the convention to tune in on the Texaco Star Theater to hear just a word of greeting from the youngest member of our organization, Master Kenneth Baker.
And for this auspicious occasion, I, Goodman, have written also a theme song.
A theme song for Texaco, Mr. Goodman? What is it called?
I'll take you home a canned gasoline.
That's fine. Nice work, Maestro. We'll learn the words of it later. Now, it's almost time for Kenny to greet the convention.
Here comes Kenny
Mr. Allen.
Romans, Texaco dealers, lend me your gears.
Kenny, hurry up with your limbering up there, your vocal calisthenics. Jacksonville will be ready in just a minute.
I'm just running over my speech, F.A.
Kenny, there isn't time for a speech. We just want a few words of greeting.
Please, F.A., I gotta concentrate. You have your cue, Mr. Goodman?
What cue?
When Kenny is saying north-south, I, Goodman, am playing Dixie.
What Dixie?
At the end of my speech, I give Mr. Goodman a cue.
Yeah?
When I say, greetings from us in the north to you in the south, Goodman...
Quiet! Who started that?
I, Goodman.
Not yet, Mr. Goodman.
But you are saying south. Goodman's cue.
Well, never mind. Forget about Dixie, Maestro. Now, Kenny, you stand by. We're about ready.
Okay, F.A. Stand by, Mr. Beamish.
Who is Mr. Beamish?
He's going to help me with my funny story.
Oh, are you going to tell a funny story?
I got a Lulu. It's about Pat and Mike in the desert.
Well, what has Mr. Beamish got to do with it?
Mr. Beamish is going to remind me.
Remind you? Don't you know the story?
Sure, but no speaker just tells a funny story. Something has to remind him. Then the speaker says, that reminds me of a funny story.
Oh, Mr. Beamish is going to do something.
Yeah, so I'll be able to say, that reminds me of a funny story.
Well, can't you say that reminds me of a funny story without Mr. Beamish?
I'm no liar, F.A.
All right. When does Beamish come in?
When I give him a cue.
What cue?
When I say, Texaco dealers, Mr. Beamish... Water, I must have water!
What was that?
That was Mr. Beamish. He was reminding me. He thought it was his cue.
Now, wait a minute. Look. Yelling water, that reminds you of a funny story?
Yes. Water reminds me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Oh, all right. Now, something tells me anything can happen, and it probably will. Now, you wait here. I'll see if the Texaco convention is ready in Jacksonville.
You'd better rehearse your first line, Kenny.
Oh, that's a good idea, Porty. Friends, Romans, and Texaco dealers. Water, I must have water.
Will you keep that Beamish out of here?
I'm sorry, F.A. I accidentally gave Mr. Beamish his cue again.
Well, don't make a mistake and give Goodman his cue.
Oh, I'll be careful. Mr. Goodman's cue is north and south.
Quiet! Mr. Goodman, please.
I am hearing south. Goodman's cue.
They're waving from the control room, Mr. Allen.
That's all they ever do from the control room. Wave back at them.
All right.
Fine, now the control room is throwing kisses.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen. Jacksonville is ready.
Quiet! We're on the air! All right, Kenny, let's have it.
Don't forget my demonstration, Porty.
I'm ready.
Quiet, please. To the Texaco Convention in Jacksonville, Florida, we here in the Texaco Star Theater send a message. Our speaker is the youngest member of our organization, Kenny Baker.
Thank you. Greetings, friends.
Wait a minute. That's enough, Portland. After all, Kenny isn't speaking on the lease lend bill.
Thank you, folks, for your riotous reception. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention of Texaco Dealers. Texaco Dealers. Where's Beamish?
Never mind Beamish. Go into your funny story.
But that's Mr. Beamish's cue. He's got to remind me.
Kenny, all of our dealers are waiting down there in Florida. They'll be hopping mad.
Yes, Kenny. You're liable to start trouble between the North and South.
Quiet! Put that stick down, Maestro.
But again, I'm hearing south. Goodman's cue.
It was a mistake, the whole thing. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
But I can't tell my funny story until Mr. Beamish reminds me.
Well, Mr. Beamish isn't here. Oh, we'll get something else to remind you. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen.
Look, on the cue Jacksonville Convention, let's have the siren and bell. You know, like the program opens.
Jacksonville Convention, yeah.
But how will that remind me, F.A.?
It's simple, Kenny. The siren and bell will remind you of Fire Chief, you see? Fire Chief will remind you of fire. Fire will remind you of water.
Oh, I get it. And water will remind me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Yes.
Oh.
We'll remind you the hard way. And now, at long last, members of the convention, I give you Kenny Baker.
Thank you. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention.
Go ahead, Kenny. That reminds you.
Okay. Well, that reminds me of a funny story. You Texaco dealers...
Water. Sorry I was late, Baker. Water.
Again with the beamish. Go ahead, Kenny.
I can't, F.A.
Kenny, you've been reminded twice.
You overdid it, F.A. Now I forgot my story.
Oh.
It's about Pat and that other man in the desert, Kenny.
Oh, Pat and Mike. That's right.
Never mind the cast of characters. Get on with the story.
Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Yes?
They were dying of thirst.
Yes?
They only had one orange between them.
Uh-huh.
Just one little tambourine.
That's tangerine. Tangerine.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. The Texaco Convention's in Florida.
So?
This is a California orange.
Oh, what's the difference? Kenny, we only have 30 seconds before Jacksonville tunes us out. Now, please finish your story.
But a California orange,
Make it a Florida orange. The Jacksonville Convention. No, down, man, no.
You shouldn't have said convention, F.A. The Texaco dealers is what we're talking
about. Water.
Kenny, for heaven's sake, never mind. Kenny, just say goodbye to the dealers down south. Quiet, everybody, quiet.
And Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Kenny, don't bother with your story. The convention has probably started north in a body looking for all of us by now. There's only one way you can redeem yourself, Kenny. You'd better sing your song right away. What is it?
I Hear a Rhapsody.
I Hear a Rhapsody, Mr. Goodman. And it shouldn't sound like Dixie.
Hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody, and when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a rhapsody. Hear you call, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. You're smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a
after all of that Dixie. And here's Larry Elliott to talk about, well, what are you going to talk about tonight, Larry?
Oh, about
9/16 of a second, Fred.
9/16 of a second? Why, that'll be about the shortest commercial ever put on the air. Pardon me, I'm going to call Ripley.
Oh, no, it's not a commercial, Fred. 9/16 of a second is the average reaction time for an automobile driver.
Reaction time? What's that?
Well, that's the time it takes your foot to begin moving when you decide to press the brake or the gas. Scientific tests have proven that the time varies with different drivers, from 1/8 of a second up to 1 full second, with the average 9/16.
9/16 of a second. You know that's faster than the Warner Brothers can say Edward G. Robinson?
Yes. Yes, and it goes to show how many of your actions in driving a car are instinctive, done in a flash, without time to think. And when your car responds to those instant demands with quick, flexible power, then you're enjoying driving at its best. Sky Chief Texaco's different premium gasoline gives you that kind of driving enjoyment, consistently. You can be idling along with the sound of your motor scarcely a whisper, but you know that there under your foot is any sudden burst of speed you may need to pass a car or climb a hill. And with a clear road ahead, let her zoom and fly the highway with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they salute the kiddies of America and present the story of Little Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale of the same name. Music, Professor. Once upon a time, kiddies, there lived in a certain village a little country girl. Everybody called her Little Red Riding Hood.
Ho, ho, ho!
Little Red Riding Hood.
Red Riding Hood, baloney!
Quiet, please. Pipe down.
Pipe down yourself, picklefoot.
Excuse me, folks. A fresh kid in the front row who obviously knows me. Just a minute, you. Come up on the stage here, Brad.
Okay, I'll come up, jerk.
Now, high school boy. Now listen, you digest Dracula. What's the big idea of heckling me as I'm starting this fairy tale?
Oh, who wants to hear fairy stories?
Why, Little Red Riding Hood has been charming kiddies for generations.
Yeah, well, she's passé today. Mother Goose is washed up, too.
Yeah?
Kids say they are hep, chum.
What kind... Kids are hep, are they? What kind of programs do you kids want, Sonny?
Action stuff, like gangbusters, buck riders. You gotta give us kids something up to date or we won't listen.
Now listen, Cub. We have rehearsed Little Red Riding Hood for tonight.
Well, that's your hard luck, Alan. I'm going home.
Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute, Buster. I've got an idea. Now, suppose we present Little Red Riding Hood the way it might be done on some of those other programs.
How do you mean?
Well, you sit down, Chubby, and we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound served up in gangbuster style.
Gangbusters presents Little Red Riding Hood. Or, when Granny woke up in the wolf's stomach, she knew it was an inside job.
The scene, the forest hideout of Granny the Gun Moll. Granny is the lovable old fence and front woman for a notorious kidnapping gang. As our scene opens, Granny is knitting a blindfold for the gang's next kidnap victim. There is a knock at the door. Granny speaks.
Come in.
Reach, Granny. Get him up. This is a stick-up.
Willie the Wolf.
Yeah, Willie the Wolf. I need dough, Granny. Come across.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, we ain't getting no place, Granny. Take this.
No.
Now to get that dough out of Granny's gator.
Stick it up, Willie the Wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Yes, take this, Wolf.
No.
Gosh, I killed the wolf and there's no reward. Alas, crime doesn't pay.
Well, there you are, son. How was that?
Well, it's okay, Alan. But only for the kids that like that cops and robber stuff.
You don't like it?
No, not me. It's nothing but that real life. Give me something that's supernatural.
Really? What shows do you go for?
Well, personally, I like Mandrake the Magician and Superman.
Oh, you mean the Blood and Thunder programs with those kiddie clubs, secret codes, and free badges?
Yeah. Them shows where a kid can get suspense and cornflakes.
Suspense and cornflakes. You want them in that order, do you?
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll show you how one installment of Little Red Riding Hood would sound done on a juvenile serial show.
It's a sparrow. It's the Goodyear balloon. It's Superman.
Yes, boys and girls. It's time for another exciting adventure with Superman, the super perfect man of the future. Superman is brought to you each evening by the makers of
Granny Pop. The new all-brand lollipops and near-sided kitties.
Granny Pops contain composite calcium motivate, the new energy-giving ingredient for kiddies. Granny Pops contain calcified extract of liver, the instant bodybuilding derivative.
And Granny Pops contain bran. Mother, if you want your kid to have rumpage, slumpage, and stuffage,
buy him a Granny Pop today.
Now for Superman. As you recall, kiddies, last night Superman with his X-ray eyes looked through the walls of Granny's cottage and saw...
But before we see what Superman saw, kiddies, a word about our Superman Bandit Club. Now here's how you join, kids. Simply tear off the top of Daddy's safety deposit box. Send us whatever you find inside. Take an oath to Superman you won't talk, and you are now a member of the Bandit Club, absolutely free. And now for our Superman adventure.
But first, tonight's number in the Superman secret code. Tonight's message to all Superman Club members is 94 78 46 25 ring 2. Now for our Superman adventure.
But first, a word about our new guaranteed imitation tin Superman badges for junior Supermen. We're all out of them. And now for our Superman adventure.
You may remember, kiddies, Superman with his X-ray eyes has seen the wolf through the walls of Granny's cottage. We now find Superman opening the door of the cottage. Superman steps inside. Superman closes the door. This concludes tonight's adventure, kiddies. What will Superman do tomorrow? Tune in tomorrow and see if you can find out between commercials. Good night, kiddies. And don't forget Granny Pop.
And don't forget your Superman Club.
And don't forget your Superman coat.
And don't forget your Superman bag.
And don't forget...
Oh, let's knock off, fellas.
Yeah. Let's finish that game of gin rummy.
Okay, but who said...
Hey,
I forgot. Good night, kiddies.
Well, Bob, how did you like that action version of Little Red Riding Hood?
Well, it was okay, but there wasn't no human interest in it.
No human interest? You mean the children go for those human interest programs, too?
Sure, especially we the people. Let's go crazy for that soft stuff.
They do? Kids do. Well, look, we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound if she was presented on We the People.
We the People speak. Tonight, we the people bring you a most unusual attraction. You are all familiar with the perennial fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood. Tonight, at our microphone, we have the original Little Red Riding Hood and the original wolf who swallowed her original grandmother. Say hello to the folks, original Little Red Riding Hood.
Hello.
And how old are you now, Little Red Riding Hood?
I'm 108 years old.
And is this the original wolf?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
You've kept the wolf with you ever since he swallowed your granny?
Yes, I like to feel that Granny is near me.
And now will the wolf say a few words?
If you pick him.
All right, I will. Thank you, wolf. Folks, that was the original wolf that swallowed Red Riding Hood's granny. Wasn't it, Red Riding Hood?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
And now, we, the people, has arranged to bring you greetings from the original granny who is still inside the wolf. Our CBS technician is now lowering a mic down into the wolf's stomach. The next voice you hear will be that of Little Red Riding Hood's granny, direct from the stomach of the wolf. Hello, Granny! Do you hear me, Granny?
Yes.
After spending 100 years in a wolf's stomach, Granny, have you a message for our radio audience?
Yes. Let
son. You see, Red Riding Hood can make good on radio no matter how she's presented.
Well, yeah, she's okay in a lowbrow sort of way.
Well, I don't get it.
But how about some kids that went for high-class music?
High-class music? I'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound in grand opera. We sing you the tale of Red Riding Hood. She went to see her granny in the woods. But the wolf had bolted granny for a snack. And all the things that radio hawks couldn't bring her back. Alack, alack, bring granny back. Alack, alack, bring granny back. Alack, alack, bring granny back. For the wolf could not bring granny back. She was gone for good. Red Riding Hood couldn't bring her back. There you are, son. How was that?
Oh, I'm sorry I started the whole thing.
You're sorry. How about me?
Well, I guess there's only one real way to enjoy Red Riding.
That's the way I started to do it in the first place. Now, you keep quiet, and I'll tell the story. Once upon a time, kiddies... Larry Elliott for the defense.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. The preparedness of the petroleum industry is welcome news to every American today. But this preparedness didn't just happen. Behind this readiness to meet the emergency requirements of a sudden industrial speed-up, the great demands of our mechanized armies, our fleet, and aviation forces, is a story that goes back many, many years. A story of research, planning, and manufacture. Today, as a result of this long-range preparedness program, the petroleum industry is not only ready and willing, but also able to give all-out support to our country. Petroleum is a real defense industry.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to stop in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.